There we go. Got to do that at least once a Lorerun. Or in my case, at least 50 times in a Lorerun. I figure if I do that more, maybe I'll get more viewer interaction. You know, maybe more players watching me. I don't know. Something. Oh, you know what I need to do? No, I've already made that joke. I don't need to make that joke again. I apparently smeared my glasses when I was eating. How sad. I'm just letting you enjoy the fruits of your donations there. The Skittles suit. I'm also not sure if we're live yet, and as ever, I need to wait because Twitch is like, you know what, Arsh? You're pathetic. Nobody likes you. Nobody loves you. Nobody will care when you die. So there's no reason for us to actually bother giving you any form of actual support for your channel because screw you. Never mind the fact that you actually do it for a living and your livelihood depends on it. We don't care about you because you're pathetic compared to us. Oh, I'm live. Okay, hey. What's up? So you want to hear a grade A example of first world problems? I'm actually lying. There's actually two categories of first world problems, but I don't want to get into the politics here. This is Ghirardelli chocolate. Here, I'll go and show you what it is. It's this cherry and almond thing. It's brand new. My sister got it for me. It's really, really, really good. Now, for those of you not aware, I have throat issues. Even to this day, actually, I still have throat issues. And I also... I mean, I've been sick the last, like, week, you know? So I've managed to have, like, 3 bites of this total. And I keep looking at... I mean, it's literally sitting on my desk, obviously, because I just picked it up. And I just keep looking at it like... I could be eating that wonderful thing right now. I could be eating it. But I can't, actually, so... First world problems, am I right? There we go. I will bookmark that for later, Mr. KJ. Thank you. So if anybody's wondering why I'm looking into new microphones, it's for something that I haven't actually gotten around to doing it, nor may ever. But as I've been thinking about trying to improve my show lately, I've had a few ideas to shift up the format just a little bit. And that format would require money. And obviously I don't have that. I'm not asking for donations. I'm just saying, you know, some people have wondered, you know, if you ever hit that 3,000 mark on Patreon, you know, what are you going to do with the money? And I've had a lot of thoughts of exactly what I would do with that money and exactly where it would go towards. Like I said, having a real set is one of those things. Getting a mic, a wireless mic of some kind, would enable me to do different things with the ruminations. Which some people would probably hate because that's how that works. But you know, I'd like to branch out and try new things. Obviously, it's kind of my shtick now to be sitting in front of a green screen and talking to you guys, and I don't mind that. But I would like to branch out into new stuff eventually, at least. Excuse me. Another thing I would love to be able to do is to hire a professional editor, although not for my ruminations, believe it or not. I know what you're thinking. Oh, but Arsh, you talk too long, and I hate listening to you for 40 minutes while you ramble your way through the thing. Well, first of all, screw you. Second of all, I actually have done a lot of work, which may or may not be visible, to try and trim out the fat of my ruminations the last several months. So not just... So, for example, nowadays I've actually been organizing my notes that I take for my ruminations, so I have a specific order I can go into, in addition to not messing things, so it follows a more clear line of thought rather than just me mentioning things as they're coming to mind. Furthermore, I've been trying really, really hard to cut out any rambling about other things, other than talking about things that I think are actually relevant, right? So no, I wouldn't actually be editing my ruminations. After extensive thought on the matter and rewatching that Voyager episode that I think was last week's episode, and hearing viewer feedback on it, I don't think that kind of editing style really works with the ruminations unless I'm doing something else visually, which I am not. So instead, what I would love to have for my editing is for my D&D sessions. Mainly, it's not even actually the editing itself. I can do that. In fact, I do that, but I would love to actually have some additional stuff for that. I would love to actually be really good enough at drawing to be able to draw some of the stuff from Primus for you. So rather than just picking a picture that I grabbed from someone else to kind of emulate that's close to what I'm thinking of, I could actually show you, this is what the Elemental Temple looks like, this is what Fox Ridge looks like, this is what Yarak looks like, instead of having to rely on other people's works. And I would love to be able to chop it up a little bit better, to add musical cues or sound effects. I would love to have little bits of like, okay, here's the dice rolls, you know, rolling across the screen. For a good example of this, there's a show on Geek and Sundry called Titan's Grave. Go watch like an episode of it. In fact, go watch it in general. It's a great show. I recommend it. But that is the kind of thing I would love to have. I would love to have like the ability to showcase, okay, so they're about to get into a fight in insert area here. Here's what it looks like. Here's the relative grid. Here's where they are. Here's what they're doing. Now, I have the vaguest idea of how to do that, but I don't have even the closest amount of time to do that. For those of you not aware, and for those of you who are aware, editing, especially adding in effects, takes a ludicrous amount of time. In fact, I kind of want to show you something, if you'll forgive me, because I really want to showcase this. How many of you watched my opening shot, the Lorerun announcement video? You remember that I did? You remember I was like, aha, here's the Lorerun announcement video, and I put, you know, it was like 40 seconds long, something like that. I don't know, hang on. That video, in fact, I could tell you exactly how long that video was. That video was exactly 1 minute 17.19 seconds long, right? Okay. So I'm just going to make this really quick and easy here. I'm not even going to bother to do anything fancy here. Okay, so you see this? This down here, you see this right here? This is that intro video. This is that minute and 17 seconds. You see all this crap? And all the editing and splicing I had to do in order to make this work? This was a lot of work. This took me hours in order to do this 1 minute 17 second video. I spent a lot of work on it. I was actually really happy when so many people who commented on the YouTube were like, "Oh, dude, this video was awesome." It took me forever to get it properly spaced and properly layered and to get the timing figured out. I had to do a lot of math to actually literally math out frames in order to figure out exactly how many frames any given thing had to be for any given section. I had to do multiple recordings. I had to do multiple sections of audio for me talking. I had to build multiple sections for the music. It took a lot of effort. I say this because I actually would like to think I'm a pretty decent video editor, you know? I did actually do this in school, and I did actually work on a TV show way back in the day. But the problem is it took so long. It takes an insane period of time to do this kind of thing. And that's really my point that I'm trying to reach. So it would be great if I had, if I made enough money to be able to hire someone on a regular basis to say, here's the raw dump from my D&D videos. Here's some notes about chunks I would like to be cut out. And there's a way to record to try and do that as well. In fact, one thing I do, a little bit of insight. Every now and again, I'll do this while I'm recording a D&D video. The entire point is so that when I go back and I'm looking at the raw footage, I see a blank screen. I know this is a section I want cut out of the video. I don't want whatever's happening right now to actually go live onto the actual fully edited video. And then whenever I'm done talking about whenever we're done settling off-camera stuff, we just shift back like this. So it's a great immediate visual representation thing. So I could just hand this kind of a video off to someone and be like, here, look, could you do this and work with this? That would be great. So, you know, a video editor, a wireless mic, so I could actually do stuff like outdoors and do a little more stuff in front of a camera rather than in front of my computer. I would like to be able to actually have a proper set with actual sound proofing and whatnot on the walls and that kind of a thing. And of course, I would like to be able to do a little bit more special effects with a couple of things. Not too much. I've already decided I don't want to be super fancy, but I would like to have a couple of other things. And I would like to be able to set aside the time to write an actual song to be like an intro song or something like that. I've been thinking about that for a long time. You know, just stuff like that. So all of this is just me saying what that money, if it ever happens, yeah, right, would go towards. if I ever hit that 3,000 mark and actually start being able to turn around money into the show. Right now, I am turning around money into the show, but to be 100% honest with you, the only reason I am capable of doing that is because I have roommates. If I was living alone right now, I would basically have a threadbare budget at the moment. So, anyways, just wanted to share that to give you guys a little bit of inside thought on the show, because I care about this show. I really want to do my best on it. I don't know how else to say that. I have an interest in doing my best, you know? I want to put my best foot forward. It's just me. I don't know what else to say about that. I usually transfer files through Skype if I can. That's how Pax and I transfer stuff back and forth. And Third and I transfer our files back and forth through Skype. Hey Azura, welcome back. So, why don't we talk about the Taunka? The Taunka are awesome. And really, really good with tomatoes and pickles. Oh my god, you get just a little bit of pepper in there too. Oh, delicious. Wait, that's not what you want to talk about? Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Shuryu. Where do you live? You don't have to tell me. You don't have to tell me. I just can't recall off the top of my head. I know I have a lot of viewers who are not in the States, which I actually think is pretty awesome. It's just a bit of a shame that in the time we live in right now, there are issues involving that. Like, for example, I can't play... Okay, so Canada. I can't play with most viewers in Europe in most of the games I play. Just to name one problem with having European viewers. Oh yes, Psychotic. I have had that happen to me personally. More than once. I'm telling you guys, the more I think about it, the more I think Operation Bellhammer is actually the proper path here. I don't want to do it, but god damn it, really? Really? What? Permeus? What? By the way, I spent some time looking into how the new Transmog system will work exactly. And, Italy for life. Bragwin, no. Okay? I know your financial situation. I mean, if you get that new job and things work out for you, that's great. And I'll be very happy for you, whether you up the donation or not. But please don't do so unless you get that improved financial situation. Please. Yeah, there are no spatter mounts in WoW, actually. So the new Transmog system. The way the new Transmog system works is actually pretty much... Have fun, Nicolas. Pretty much exactly what you're thinking. There is one niggle. Basically, what's going to happen here is when the new Transmog system goes live, I'm going to have to log on every single character, one by one, and equip every piece of gear I've been storing for Transmog since forever. Doing so will unlock it on the account bound stuff like this, and so it'll basically look kind of like this right here, and I'll be able to be like, aha! So now I have this one unlocked, and aha! Now I have this one unlocked, and so forth and so on. And there will be a progress bar up at the top, like this, that says here's the 7,000 or whatever the current number is Transmogs in the game, and here's the amount you have. And once it's unlocked, it's yours basically forever. They are keeping the restrictions on it. So, for example, you can only equip stuff that your class could... It's the exact same restrictions that already exist, actually, in Transmog. So, for example, I cannot Transmog a warrior-only piece of gear. However, I can Transmog a warrior look-alike piece of gear. So, again, exactly how it works currently in WoW. Fairly similar, Janine, yes. Especially since it's account across all accounts, which is awesome. But I tell you, that when Legion first goes live, I'm going to be just hopping between characters. I have so much gear I'm going to have to equip. I'm also going to probably start going around and collecting Transmog because I don't feel like I need to explain why I'm doing that. It's because I like drinking water, you know? Anyways, so, that'll be awesome. Who wants to hear some lore about the Taunka? Now, once upon a time, there was this amazing person named Janine. Bear with me. And Janine was like, oh, I am awesome. And I'm like, oh my god, she's too awesome for me. But Janine, as awesome as she is, there's one interesting little niggle in Janine. You see, she is the most insane quest partner in the known universe. You know how I tend to be very organized in my quest design, and I tend to, with exceptions when I screw up, know exactly where I'm going and know exactly where to go for the next situation. So it's like here, and then here, and then here. I want you to imagine, like, this is the map. This is how Janine quests. Oh, what's over here? Oh, what's over here? Oh, let's go over here. Oh, what's over here? Oh, I wonder what this is. Hey, what's this? Oh, I've got over this. Oh, let's go turn in. Okay, now let's go over here. Oh, let's go do this. Okay, let's go to this. Let's go over the zone. Let's go to the second zone. Oh, what's up here? Oh my god, I found this. Oh, I looted something. Hang on, there's a shiny over here. Oh, gotta get this. Oh, back to the first zone. It is very fun if trying to quest with Janine. Janine is the best squirrel ever, yes. Excuse me. She's awesome, though, seriously. So, okay. Taunka. Now, the funny thing about the Taunka is all three, well, I should say, the two offshoot Tauren races, they actually are very well designed in a weird way, because they're both just Taurens in different environments. Now, I know you're thinking of me like, well, duh, of course they are. No, what I mean by that is, take the Tauren culture. Veneration for the land, druidic, shamanistic, elemental, ancestral, take all of the aspects of Tauren culture, okay? Now try to keep in mind that the Tauren, except for relatively recently, have lived fairly idyllic lives. They have lived in places where food is plentiful, where resources are plentiful, where they have the ability to build up things like art and culture and all that fun stuff, right? That's how the Taurens are. They have been relatively well off. Yes, I know they've always had problems with the Centaur, and they've always had problems with the Quillboar, but trust me, relatively speaking, that is still well off. Now take the Taunka. The Taunka are up here at Northrend, a much more harsh environment with far fewer resources and far less availability to do things that don't involve just survival. So where a Tauren would move in and try to make some kind of communal peace with the surrounding terrain, a Taunka will move in and try to dominate it. Because they're trying to... because they have to, basically. Because they can't afford taking their time to go ahead and coordinate with the elements, with the animals nearby, etc. It is simply too harsh and too dangerous. So they have to make a much more aggressive stance on things. So the Taunka in general seek much more to utilize everything they can in the nearby territory and do so at will. And also, they don't actually have permanent settlements in the strictest sense of the word. You see this area here? Now, granted, this is WoW, so obviously this is not large, but even in lore, this is basically just a small temporary village, which is about to be abandoned. That is also normal. The Taunka are mobile as a people, because they don't have the time, the ability to just sit down and settle in and be able to function as a society for those purposes. So, the Taunka tend to be nomadic, as Psychotic just pointed out there. And I think there's actually only 2 major settlements of theirs that are relatively permanent. There's one up here in the Storm Peaks, whose name I don't remember, and then there's the big one right over here in the Dragonblight, which we'll be going to. And both of those required very specific circumstances, and even then, they were still, they still would have had to move on if not for the assistance of their new allies, the Horde. So this is a good example of what I mean, by the way. They are literally controlling and dominating this nearby air elemental because they basically have to. They're doing it in order to make this area more livable while they're here, so this doesn't, so that the winds and the storms of the area don't swoop in and immediately cause them to die, you know? And that's just part of their everyday life up here. Peace. So again, it's the Tauren if the Tauren lived in much harsher terrain. Hey, Salty. The influence of the elements has receded, but it will return. We've bought ourselves the time we need to complete our tasks, and get out of here. No, these are not dark shamans. Let's make that clear. Dark shamans are much, much worse than what the Taunka are doing. For those of you not aware, we'll talk about dark shamans when we actually encounter them. But, yeah, dark shamans are mean. Let's just leave it at that.
Ah, I've been expecting you.
Have you brought me any suitable horns? Oh, these are fine horns. Let me examine them and select the one I'll use in the hunt. I'll give the rest to the craftsmen for their carvings. The horn has been roughed out, but before I make the traditional carvings, I want to make sure it'll work. Ahoda tells me that he tests horns at the foot of the frozen waterfall. He tells me our hunters have used the acoustics of the frozen water in this way for generations. I can't wait to learn more. Will you help me try it? Okay, sure.
Walk with the Earth Mother.
Oh, that's a tough one, Hylisk. Let me think about that. I know this is going to sound boring, but I would probably go ahead and play a Forsaken Elf. Because Zalash, and Frozen for that matter, are actually Night Elves in lore. That's my role-playing background for them. Night Elves who died and were risen back from the dead, and as a result of being dead, joined the Forsaken for the same reason most people who are dead joined the Forsaken. So that's my first thought right off the top of my head there. After that, I'd have to really think about it. But I have to admit, if I could play an Iron Dwarf, I would be all over that. For generations, my people have told tales of frost nymphs cavorting in glades hidden away in the wilderness. I used to search for them as a child against the advice of my parents, until I nearly froze to death. These days, it isn't necessary to comb the forest for them. They've decided to reveal themselves for reasons I can only guess at. But I don't think the change can be ignored. Venture southeast to the frozen glade and seek out the nymphs. Okay.
Ancestors watch.
I'm sure that's not going to be dangerous or terrifying.
Greetings.
Chieftain Ashtotem dispatched me on a scouting mission to Giant's Run, a broad, rocky plateau to the southeast past the frozen glade. The area has been taken over by the Iron Dwarves, who seem to be altering the giants as they emerge from the earth. The iron-runed stone collars and binders carry large tombs with them, which must contain runes they're carving on the giants. Capture the pieces of this book, assemble it, and bring it back to me. Then we will understand their plans.
Farewell.
What about you, Hylisk? What would you go for first? A Frostborn? I probably would play a Frostborn. I wouldn't be quite as enthused as I would playing an Iron Dwarf, but I would still play one, yeah.
I've been expecting you.
With your contribution, we'll be ready for the journey. I haven't much to offer you, but I will give you some choice of my spare gear. Oh, thank you.
We shall meet again. The winds guide you.
To the east, at Giant's Run, rune-inscribed stone giants have started to migrate north towards Frostblade Peak. I know nothing of their goals or their destination. The glowing runes inscribed on the stone on the flesh of the giants guide them on their journey. Fell these giants, and take this pick with you, and use it on their corpses. It will deactivate the runes. Once you've done this, come back to me.
Ancestors watch over you.
I was actually tempted by a few troll races as well, because there's some pretty cool troll variants. Call me weird, but I've always had a thing for the Faraki, aka the desert trolls. Shoot, I can't think of what they're called, Mind Blast. The guys you're talking about. The Jinyu, that's them, thank you. God. Alright, let's try out her horn. Let's see what happens. Hey! There's a Yeti! Ka-kung. 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 Are you the one who interrupted my dinner? Well, are you? You're too ugly and scrawny to be a female Yeti, Now you're making me mad! Noises. So, this is an interesting point of lore here. Yetis are actually intelligent creatures. And by intelligent, I mean capable of communicating, sentient and sapient. This was actually news at the time, because there's almost no Yetis on Azeroth. There are a few, but hardly any. It's actually, some people aren't 100% sure if those creatures are only sentient and sapient up here in Northrend, or if they all are, and that one, and this most of the time they don't bother talking with us.
The winds guide you.
She listens to your report. Well, I'm relieved to hear the horn worked. Maybe a little bit too well if what you're saying is true. You're sure the beast spoke? I don't know if I can go on with the hunt if that's true. I'll have to speak with the chief about it. This horn may end up being a decorative, merely decorative, but that won't diminish its work. Thank you for your assistance. Well, you're welcome.
May the eternal sun shine upon thee.
I don't actually think I have a Yeti mount. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I don't.
Greetings.
Valvaxis. The Vrykul fortress, Scorn, sits to the south. Its strange giants have recently awakened and begun to spread, attacking wherever they can. My scouts inform me they are poised to strike us here, but I do not have the strength to repel such a force. Instead, we are leaving to less dangerous lands. I ask that you use your cunning to buy us some time. I've sent ahead a brave with the details. Show this emblem at Scorn, and he'll reveal himself and do all he can to aid you.
Walk with the Earth Mother.
By the way, for those of you not aware, Jinyu used to be Murlocs. Mind blown. Wow, Deutsch. Let's do this stuff first. Ah, crap. Do you know how many times that's happened to me? So, there's a quest hub right here. It's a neutral quest hub. And that is an alliance town right there. And it's really easy to skirt the edge of it without meaning to and get PvP flagged. Do you know how many times I've gotten PvP flagged because of this stupid alliance town? Fucking. Ah! Anyways. It'll go away in 5 minutes.
Hi.
It's good to meet you, Paladin. My sisters have often watched the Taunka search the forest for us, but you are forbidden by our queen from interacting with outsiders. You only see us now because the land has become unsettled, and many of my sisters are in danger.
Ah, the great outdoors.
The ice elementals surrounding our glade were once... Wait, I'm sorry. I get what I deserve for existing, Zoan? The ice elementals surrounding our glade were once our companions, but a volatile and destructive force has swept the land, turning them against us. This is but one of the horrors my sisters and I have endured. We revealed ourselves to you in hopes you will help us stave off the decay that has crept into our glade and poisoned our sisters. We've been gathering the cores of the ice elementals and keeping them safe, so one day we can restore them. Will you help? Now, this is an interesting concept, and one that's very rarely actually touched on. We actually did this once prior to now, back in Outland. We did this in Shadowmoon Valley. You can kill an elemental of any kind and retain its essence. There are different ways to do so, but the concept remains the same. You maintain some semblance of its true core self, right? In so doing, even though the elemental is actually sent back to the elemental plane, you can then use that essence to pretty much immediately resummon it, rather than having to go through the issues and troubles of finding another elemental or whatnot. It will also, of course, be the same elemental. This is actually valuable in some other circumstances, where, for example, let's say there's a given elemental that you happen to be rather attached to. If for whatever reason you need to, move on or whatever, you can claim a specific valuable part of it, or it may even gift a part of that to you, depending on how close your relationship is. And if it does so, and if anything happens to that elemental and it dies, quote-unquote, then you can actually use that item later on to resummon that specific elemental back to the, the prime material plane here, which is kind of cool, I think. I've actually thought some time about why it is I'm okay with the fact that elementals are kind of immortal. In other words, they can only be killed on their core plane. I think the reason boils down to two things. Number one, they can be killed on their core plane, and we can go to their core plane. We can go there and kill them if we really want to or need to. We do this more than once. That's an alliance. That's an alliance. Run. The second reason I like it is, with only a few exceptions, elementals in general are not super powerful. And of course, it is still an irritation to them to be killed. It's not like you kill them and they just get right back up like, oh, dude, what are you doing? You kill them and then they have to go back to the elemental plane and recover and reform themselves. And then upon doing so, be able to return and or be resummoned or whatever. Now, that's actually a good question, Psychotic. I meant to research that. I haven't yet because I haven't gotten to that point in the Lorerun. But based on everything I am aware of, yes, Theradris should have been reborn. I mean, for God's sakes, even the one in Arathi Highlands was reborn. You remember her? She's in Deepholm, just hanging out. And she's like, oh, thank you for freeing me, if you've done that quest. I was so sick of that terrible corruption, you know? So we know that's a thing. So why is Theradris not there? Now, there is a possible explanation for that, other than the fact that she's just not present. I mean, in other words, it's possible she was actually resurrected. We just didn't see it on camera. I'm just going to hang out up here for a minute while those Alliance players are Alliance dicks. And that possible explanation is, it is within the realm of reason that that particular area of Maradun was partially the elemental plane of Earth, because of the nature of that place. And if so, killing her might have killed her permanently there. It's a bit of a hand wave. I think it's far more likely that she was resurrected and we just never actually saw her in Deepholm. It could also be a plot thread that's been abandoned. I mean, this is WoW we're talking about. That is a thing that happens. Okay, we're no longer PvP flagged.
Is there trouble?
We're no longer afraid of the Alliance. Thank you, Valvaxis. She looks at the chorus sadly. I promise, friends, I'll do everything I can to restore you.
What is nature's call?
To the southwest was a glade that used to look a lot like this one. Mysterious forces and alien magics are reshaping the land. The glade is thawed. My sisters living there were driven mad by the sudden change. We tried to reach out to them, but they attacked us. I fear they may be beyond saving, but I cannot give up hope. Please take my pendant. Try to free any of my sisters.
Ah, the great outdoors.
I don't think I do, Hylisk, no. The sisters who lived in the vibrant glade to the southwest used to tend gorgeous beds of scarlet ivy, but the same force that has driven them mad has transformed their beloved ivy. The vines now grasp at the feet of the unwary, or lash at any who approach the glade. Before we can reclaim the glade, the vines need to be tamed and uprooted. I can do that. That is true, Pyro. That is also possible. I don't think I have any of the Gronlings. Oh, I'm wrong. I do have the Coalfist. My bad. You might ask, what's a Gronling? This is a Gronling. Now, this is actually quite literally a baby Gron. This is a Gron who has not yet actually grown up. I wish it sounded a little more intimidating, but you know, whatever. Yes, I do have quite a few mounts. And the funny thing is, I don't have nearly as many as I want. There are still plenty of mounts I don't have. And yes, this is a baby Gronling. But there are basically I haven't gotten any of the Pandaria achievement mounts. Supposedly with the way they've changed it, I may be able to go back and finally do those. I'm not sure. And I don't have a few of the heroic rare, super rare drop mounts yet. Specifically, I don't have the aerial mount, the air dragon from insert dungeon name here. And I don't have... Actually, there kind of is Juju's. And I don't have the Stone Drake from Stonecore. The one Permeus doesn't have either. And I'm allowed to complain about that, even though I have Baron Rivendar's mount. There's actually also quite a few raid mounts I don't still have. I don't have Onyxia's mount. I don't have the mount off of Ragnaros in Firelands. Whoops, I did not mean to do that. Be free! I don't have the mount off of Val'kyr. I don't have the mount off of... who else is there? I know there's at least like one other. Oh yeah, there's a mount off of Ultraxion that I do not have. And I believe I don't have the mount off of Deathwing as well. I think that might be all of them. I think that's all. Those are the only mounts I'm missing. Only. The only dungeon mounts I'm missing, though, are the two. Stonecore and Vortex Pinnacle. Ricky, I actually discussed that extensively yesterday. But to summarize in brief, we were lured here. It was a trap. Both the Lich King and Arthas wanted us to come up here. Yes, I don't have Experiment 12B. Hang on. I can just do something here. It's not going to... Well, yeah, I don't have Experiment 12B, as you can see. And I don't have the one off of Deathwing. I don't remember its name. Hang on. Now you're going to make me look. I don't have all of the rare mounts of Tanan. I don't have any of the rare mounts of Warlords. Like this thing. There's the Stonecore one. There's a Tanan one. I don't have the Time Lost Proto Drake. I haven't actually tried to get this in forever. I don't think I ever will. I don't have that thing. I don't have that thing. I don't have the one that drops off of Nalak. I don't have the one that drops off the Shaw of Anger. I don't have the one that drops off Poseidus. I don't have the one that drops off of Horadon. I don't have the one that drops off of Galean. You kind of are noticing a trend here. There's actually quite a few of the rare drop ones I don't have. There's the one off of Ragnaros, excuse me. There's the one off of Onyxia that I don't have. I don't have Mimiron's head. There's the one from Deathwing that I don't have. There's the one from Garrosh that I will probably never get. I don't have the one off of the Warbringers. I don't have the one off of Blackhand. I don't know. There's the one from Shaw of Anger. The Camel Hoarder we're not even going to talk about. Screw that mess. I still don't have this one off of Archivon, for God's sakes. It's one of the most common ones, and I've never gotten it to drop. I don't have this thing. I will never get this thing because it's mythic only. There's the Val'kyr mount. There's the Altarius mount. There's the one off of Undasta. There's the one off of Jikun. There's the other one off of Dragon Soul, off of Deathwing. Here's the one I've been trying to get lately. This one I still haven't gotten off of Maligos, for God's sakes. There's the one off of Agashan Vaults. And I think that's all of them. So yeah, as you can see, I'm actually missing a ton of mounts, and all of them are rare drops.
Is there trouble?
Yeah, anyways. So is there any help for my sisters? She looks away from you, and then down at the ground. I feel guilty for not using the pendant sooner. We might have saved even more of them.
What is nature's call?
Thank you for your help. The vibrant glade was once a beautiful place. When we return to it, we will make it so again.
Hi!
The glade to the west has been transformed into a hideous place called the Twisted Glade. Horrible beasts dwell among the trees and the stones and the pools of the glade. I cannot guess where the creatures came from or what horrible forces animate them, but they have to be dealt with. I fear if they are allowed to dominate the glade, they will poison it beyond redemption.
What is nature's call?
The glade to the northwest, now the Twisted Glade, used to be home to a number of keepers. Together with the sisters, they saw to its upkeep. When the Glade changed, the sisters died, but the keepers managed to survive. Now they seed the land with poisonous spores that wither the greenery. I'll give you one of the cores from the elementals. Once you've destroyed a spore, use the crystal to freeze it. Keep it from regenerating. We'll talk about the dryads a little bit later, but basically they're mostly a magical creature. Oops, oops. You get it? By the way, we're freezing the spores to prevent them. So you might wonder, what the hell is with this area? What was corrupting the place in order to make it into this horrible, terrible place? Well, it's actually funny you mentioned that. The horrible terribleness, that's just because of the fact that the environment changed so suddenly and so violently that it affected those who were here. It wasn't quite deliberate, is what I'm trying to say. Damn it. Yeah, whatever. This is just a natural product of the Vrykul. AKA, the Vrykul are trying to reclaim the territory to be what they feel it should be like. Because, I mean, it just makes sense, really. This used to be their land, it shall be their land again. Never mind the fact that they've been in stasis for years on end. That's irrelevant. Now, I know what you're saying. Wait. The Vrykul were in stasis? Yes, the Vrykul were put into stasis, actually. Along with most of the giants. And the earthen. And now I know what you're thinking. Who would dare do such a creepy, disgusting, horrible, abominable thing as putting someone into stasis? That's just the lowest of the low. Well, I agree. Don't worry, someone extremely evil is the one who actually perpetuated this incredibly villainous crime of... I'm running out of words. It was Loken. Loken did it. Now I know what you're saying. Who the heck is Loken? To which I say, soon, young grasshopper. Soon. But yeah, in a few quests, we'll actually be literally going to one of those stasis points ourselves. It's fine, Deutsch. It's fine. He's just someone who is so evil that he provokes you into killing him because doing so will destroy the planet. I'm not actually kidding. Well, all I have to say is if Loken was played by Tom Hiddleston, nobody would ever want to kill him. He might be a recurring character to this day, if that were true. Well, the good news, Deutsch, is even though we kill him, not being aware of the consequences thereof, it worked out in the end. Barely. It was kind of a near thing, really. We were quite literally within seconds of having Azeroth be destroyed. But we made it. So, you know, that's a thing that happened. Look, you're just worrying too much, Deutsch, okay? As you can see, here's actual Vrykul outpost, like a rat here. I do like the rather crude style of their architecture. It literally looks like they just took planks of wood and nailed them together. No actual thought of aesthetics, no design philosophy. It's just here, just make it work. Oh, you did not just call WoW an anime. Deutsch, I'm afraid I'm going to have to remove your mod powers. Oh, God, Hylisk, you have no idea, dude. I'll talk about Algalon in more detail when we get there.
Ah, the great outdoors.
Ah, you've done well! If we'd had allies like you when the land first began to change, maybe we would have been able to preserve some of what was lost.
Hi!
The Ice Core worked well for you? I'll have to remember that. I'm certain the Keepers will not stop just because we've destroyed their work once, however.
Is there trouble?
What the heck? Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Great. Don't care. You've been a great friend and ally to us, Valvaxis. There's one thing I must ask of you. You must have seen the corruption of the Twisted Glade and the beasts that dwell there. The black-souled keepers will continue raising these abominations from the waters and soil our glade until we act against them. The most powerful of the black-souled keepers is Keeper Witherleaf. Kill him for the Horde! Now, whoever manages to brutally murder Deutsch in the best way possible will be the one to be able to claim his seat at my side. There we go. Just trying to get my ankle to pop. You have no idea how weird that feels. Just feeling the bone kind of rubbing up against itself. Ugh. Anyways.
What is nature's call?
Who are you again, Samurai? I'm sorry. I don't... My heart broke when we learned the Keepers had turned against us. Once we considered them our brothers and our closest friends. I grieve for our brothers and sisters we've lost, but without your help there would be no hope for the future. You will always be welcome amongst us, Valvaxis. I'm afraid not. The only people who can actually be seated at my right hand or my left hand are people who can endure the Frozen Throne and the more mundane aspects of that. So I know what you're thinking. Why is it, Arsh, that you enjoy the Howling Fjord so much? Well, it's really simple. Pretty much every major plot thread of, like, all of Northrend starts here. All except for one of them, actually, starts here. And those plot threads continue through pretty much all of Northrend. So we'll be continuing to see these plot threads grow and coalesce as we go throughout the story, and it's great. And I love that, and it's awesome. It's awesome! I don't know what's up with my accent there. I have to agree, actually, by the way. Thaddeus is just... yeah. Thaddeus is messed up. Well, therefore, your little sister Deutsch has claimed your seat upon the Frozen Throne's mantle. Clearly, there is nothing more cruel and horrible than arm hair pulling. But anyways, you might wonder why I brought that up. Well, let's examine the plot threads we've had so far, shall we? First of all, we had the first plot thread, which is the Alliance and the Horde are both stupid. First plot thread is like right out the gate. Second, we know that the Forsaken are here in force and are deliberately doing everything they can to finish up their last touches on the Forsaken Blight in order to use it against the Scourge. Okay, that's cool. Next thing we find out about that is that the Vrykul are back, and the Vrykul, we'll learn a little bit more about them in a bit, but, you know, the Vrykul are a major force and are loyal to the Lich King, and they are now an active force in this given area. We also learn about the Taunka and the Tuskar. We learn a little bit about the Freebooters. You know, there's a bunch of littler stuff. The Sand Lane, we get our first hint of the Sand Lane in the Howling Fjord, and we also get that in the Borean Tundra, actually. There's one final thing. So I mentioned over in the Borean Tundra we get a hint about the what's it actually called? The Nexus War. We get a hint about the Nexus War. Here we get a hint about the Iron Dwarves. And you're like, what the heck is an Iron Dwarf? Well, this is an Iron Dwarf. As you can see, it is quite literally a dwarf forged from iron. Now, the interesting thing about Iron Dwarves is they are very runed creatures. I mean that literally. They have runes all over the place on them. But the other thing that's interesting about them is they're not natural creatures. In fact, it could be argued they aren't even fully sentient or sapient. That's debatable, I want to stress. That's not 100% provable one way or the other. But these are crafted creatures. The innate original dwarves were not made from iron. They were made from the earth. Hello, Nicolau. Awesome name still. So these are not the original, Titan seed race. That's funny also because most of the Vrykul we see who are Iron Vrykul are also not the original race. Now, we don't know if earthen or dwarves have been converted into the Iron Dwarves, similar to how several Vrykul are converted into that. We're not 100% sure on that. But their story and the story of their runes will also be an ongoing thread, and will also lead into something else. That's actually technically a subplot of a larger plot. We don't actually get the full impact of the major plot of that until we're going through this zone on the Alliance, and I'm just about to fly through an Alliance town. Because for some reason the Alliance likes to be as in the way as possible. Hate that frickin' town. Not as much as I hate Wintergrasp, but I hate that town. Seriously, do you know how many times I flew over a Wintergrasp back in the day without really realizing it, and then dismount? Ah! Yeah. By the way, hi, stars. Well, tell your people to make their houses in more logical places, because damn it, I'm just trying to go from point A to point B without getting PvP flagged. Jeesh.
Well met.
So I've recovered the book. I am no lore master, but I have some familiarity with the language of the Iron Dwarves. I think the runes that are carving in the giants are derived from their spoken language, but there's a few differences. I think I've figured out what the Iron Dwarves are doing. The tools they're using are imbued with magic during their forging. When they're used to carve runes, the symbols form much more than mere words. These runes have the power to bind, compel, and twist. You know, if I had a set of tools, I could mimic the runes in the book. I captured one of the boxes from one of the pavilions at Giant's Run, but it was empty. Look for similar boxes and recover a set of tools for me.
Go in peace.
Most of the economy in this zone is centered around local trade and actual barter systems. For example, pretty much all of the economic structure of the Tuskars, centers around fish and the bounty of the sea. So if you come bartering a whale or a shark or something like that, you could gain food or shelter or trinkets or whatever else of value. The Taunka have a similarly basic perspective on things. For them, they don't really care about gold so much as they care about items of value. If you come with, again, it's a barter system. If you come with hides or tusks, or if you come with something else that has use, pieces of an animal or strong weapons you could trade or armor, something that is of use to them that they can actually use to survive with, that's something they will value, and they will try to offer you something in return. Food is also a very valuable commodity in Northrend in general. So pretty much everyone values food and considers it a valuable resource to be traded. Now, of course, I'm not talking about the recent inductions of the Alliance and the Horde, because they just use their own economies.
What brings you here?
You say the runes for North and West appeared over and over? I'm not an expert in these runes, but the repetition of these suggests a strong command. These carvings are more than passive directions, though. They're pulling the giants towards something, but what? We must find what's luring the giants northwest so we can stop them before they reach their destination. While the rune samples gave us some clues, the unknown runes worry me. When I visited Giant's Run, I noticed a large broken tablet jumping out of the ground. Take this sample, compare the runes, see what you can learn about the identity of the lodestone.
Go.
In response to Magister, the Tauren are one of the original races on the planet. So the fact that there's Tauren all over the place is basically the same reason why there are trolls all over the place. Because when the world was one continent, and, before everyone else showed up, there were the trolls and the Tauren. They were the predominant races on the planet. And all the other lesser races were just kind of doing their own thing. So... Nice, Permeus. Airdrop PvP. Wow. In my opinions, is Ner'zhul influencing the new Lich King? Well, that's an interesting question. In my opinion, Ner'zhul doesn't exist anymore. So I'm going to have to go ahead and say no. But that is just my interpretation. It's actually probably wrong. Like legitimately, it is more likely that Ner'zhul doesn't exist at all at this point. It is far more likely that he does exist and he's the big bad guy. He's evil for no reason, even though he was never evil before. Evil. That's the most likely thing that's going on. Remember, he went from well-meaning and desperate carer of his tribe to, I'm super evil, in Warlords. In, like, just off-camera, for that matter. Alright, let's see what we can do here. Let's see, compare. Okay, it says go north and west. What the? Arise from the earth, me brothers. Our Iron Masters have a mission for us. Follow me into the mountains to carry out the plan of the Masters. We will not fail. There are a few other MMOs I have gotten into in a big way. Star Trek Online, Asheron's Call, Guild Wars, the first one. I think those are really the biggest ones. Oh, Lord of the Rings Online as well. I think that's about it. There are other MMOs I've enjoyed, but those are the ones I've really sunk my teeth into. So I suppose I should explain the Ner'zhul thing, and no I haven't, so one Joker, at least not too much. In my opinion, Ner'zhul is dead. Dead and gone. Replaced by whatever the new Ner'zhul is. Either a soulless Ner'zhul, aka not the original person, just a new person carrying around his body, and later on his essence. Or he's actually Gul'dan, one of the two. I've already talked about that theory. And that would make his influence upon the second Lich King... Well, okay, that would make his influence in the first Lich King and those efforts... You know... It's not really spam if we can't tell what you're saying. Anyways. What was I saying? Oh, yeah, so,
Walk with the earth, mother.
the other... Okay, so, now, even if... okay, so then he survives that. I've actually... my next big theory about that is the fact that... Well, I shouldn't even call this a theory. I would call this, like, really, really, really likely to be true. Whether it's Ner'zhul or Gul'dan, the moment the first Lich King merged with Death Knight Arthas, Death Knight Arthas completely crushed him. Completely absorbed him into himself. So whether it was Ner'zhul or Gul'dan, it doesn't matter. They're gone. So there was no Ner'zhul or Gul'dan as of the second Lich King's time. That just leaves us with the second Lich King. In which case, in the second Lich King is comprised of effectively three entities kind of merged together. Arthas, Death Knight Arthas, and the essence of the Lich King, aka the Nethrezim Soul of Destruction, for lack of a better term for that. So with all that gone, the third Lich King, the one who's just sitting on the throne maintaining the undead as they are, the third Lich King, he, it is possible that Death Knight Arthas is still there in some fashion or manner, but no, basically, I don't think he is. I think the only thing that Bolvar has to wrestle with in order to become the third Lich King is the essence of the Lich King, which is in the helmet. So, that's my take on it. And, yeah. Where are you getting this Ner'zhul's in the helm thing? by the way. Or I should say, where are you getting this Ner'zhul is still in the helm thing? The books made it absolutely 100% clear that Ner'zhul was consumed and destroyed by Death Knight Arthas. Ner'zhul's gone. He's been gone. Whether he was Gul'dan or not, he's out of the picture. Hang on a second. What? Yeah, fine. Oh yeah, that's really just a bunch of names. That's so weird. Sorry, I was curious what the spam bot had said earlier. Well then, we'll just have to disagree on that one, Entitled. So, shrug.
How may I aid you?
He examines the tools. These are more delicate than I'd thought. Allow me a moment to try them out. Can you feel the power emanating from the runes I've carved on this tablet? They're smaller versions of the runes that the Iron Dwarves are using. We'll use it to shut down their operations. Take it and use it on stone giants that they have not yet altered. What the hell? Is he... What's he saying? You know what? I don't even want to know. What was I saying? The giant should obey you, but I've tailored the runes to restore it to its natural state after a time. The giant may prove a valuable ally in the battle against Binder Murdis, the leader of the Iron Dwarf forces.
Be careful.
I can do that. Yes, it can. This quest can really suck if you don't have flying.
Greetings, traveler.
Megalith? A literal transcription from the tablet? This Megalith must be the centerpiece of the Iron One's mysterious plans. Binder Murdis created Megalith to be a kind of keystone for the ruined giants, and to lead them in their mission. Defeating Megalith will leave them lost and without direction. I will ask the chieftain Ash Totem to divert some of our men as we move north and dedicate them to eliminating the last of the ruined giants. Without their giants, the Iron Dwarves cannot stand against us. I wouldn't be so sure about that. The Iron Dwarves are, yeah. Well, apparently I have a talent unspent. What do we got? Ah, yes, this one is the one I want. Yep. I know, right. Okay. Or supposed to be said like, I know, right? Alright, where are you, Megalith? Megalith! The guy who's... There he is! Die, Megalith! I wonder. I'm gonna check something really quick. Yeah, no, I don't see anything about the fact that Ner'zhul's still active other than a little bit of a thing in Legion, which is interpretive at best. That wouldn't surprise me too much, Psychotic. I don't mind. We can still do the quest. I just need to make sure I have low-level quests on. Which I do. Alright. Oh, that's a ruined one. Oh, there's one that hasn't been ruined. I wish to ruin you. Not ruin. Ruin. Join me. Stop. Die, feeble creature. And he's dead. Be free, feeble creature. No, don't try to keep up with me. No, just go home. Go home, dude. Stop. Dude, look. No, look, I can't afford it, okay? My apartment makes me put a deposit for any new pet in, and I really can't afford that right now. I don't even have any food at the moment. Come on, just gonna pretend I don't see him. Maybe he'll go away. Oh, God, he's still following me. Why is he following me? No, he's still there. Damn it. No. Go to someone else. Look, I can't. Guys, does anyone want to adopt this stone giant? He won't stop following me around. Like, he's really desperate to follow me around right now. A little bit too desperate.
Peace, friend.
You've done well. Oh, God, he's right here. You've done well in defeating Binder Murdus, but the Iron Dwarves won't give up so easily. As my people move north, I'm certain we'll encounter the Iron Dwarves again. Nah.
Ancestors watch over you.
That'll never happen. I'm just gonna pretend I'm playing an Iron Giant. Or a Stone Giant, excuse me, for the next few minutes here.
The winds guide you.
You've done well in felling Megalith, but I wonder about his final words. You sure he said the Stone Forge? It's not a name our people know, but it sounds like it might be the creation of the Titans the outsiders speak of. The Iron Dwarves have ever been a cunning and dangerous foe. We must watch these giants and find the Stone Forge before they carry out their plans.
We shall meet again.
Excellent. You take him, Pyro. I'll leave him in the lake for you, okay? Come here, boy. Come here, boy. Come here, boy. Come here, come here. Come here, boy. Wow, that is not as deep of a lake as I was expecting it to be. Okay, shoot. Oh, there we go. No, go down, dude. Like, seriously, why aren't you in the water? He's just... Look at him! Look at him! He won't leave me alone! Ah, run away! Run away! Oh god, he's teleporting to me now! Oh god! Ah! Okay. He is really insistent, isn't he? Where's my thinger? There it is.
What brings you here?
It'd be interesting to learn about your people, Paladin, while fighting alongside you. Shall we proceed?
Goodbye.
Our elders say that these Vrykul may be able to rise from the dead, not unlike the walking dead you call the Scourge, but a different kind of undeath, even though it's actually the exact same kind of undeath. We will not take any chances. Here, take my machete. As we move through this place, carve up the remains of the Vrykul we slay. I spent the morning sharpening it, so it should be able to cleave even through their thick bones.
Be careful.
Chief Ash Totem ordered me to destroy many buildings here. However, you're in charge, so it falls into your hands, because passing the buck is a long-standing Taunka tradition. I suggest we burn down the 2 longhouses and the barracks. Okay.
Ancestors watch over you.
As we move through Scorn, we must destroy the towers. If you have a look at them, you'll notice that their tops are lined with casters. Getting too close would mean certain doom! However, we can call in a Windrider airstrike. To do so, you need to get close enough. You can lob a smoke grenade on them. And if you get too close, you'll probably die. And actually, this quest was kind of hard back in the day. And this guy is still following me! Favorite Warcraft 3 race to play as casually versus CPUs or versus players? Also in Warcraft 3 or in Frozen Throne, because there's one big difference between the two.
Take pleasure in gutting you.
That doesn't sound fun, or good, or anything, actually. Why would you take pleasure in gutting someone? That's just gross. Ugh. Oh, yeah, that's some good gutting. Oh, yeah, there we go. There we go. Gut those Vrykul. Gut those Vrykul.
It's on you.
Yes. Yes, more guts. It's time for your viscera to see the light of day. Ahem. Oh, he's dead. Yay! We're free. We're free. I'd quote...
I will feed you to the dogs.
Why would you feed me to dogs? Like pigs I could see, but dogs? Really? All of the above.
I will feed you to the dogs.
Alright, in Warcraft 3 Vanilla, I liked playing as humans because I had a concept called the Mage Army.
Eat your heart!
Don't eat my heart. I need that. Back in Warcraft 3 Vanilla, there wasn't a separate damage type for magic. So if you had an entire force which was commanded by an archmage and consisted of nothing but priests and sorceresses, the sorceresses who are constantly polymorphing, and the priests who are healing everything, it was basically a death machine of unholy doom. It was actually really hard to pull off properly, and was kind of a late game strategy, not an early game strategy. But once you actually managed it, it was a lot of fun. In Frozen Throne,
Hail.
no, Hylisk. In Frozen Throne, I tended to prefer leaning towards either Night Elf and working with a friend in order to go with heavy chimeras, or playing Undead because there's a billion things you can do with the Undead, strategy-wise. Like, seriously, I was never... There was never, like, one strategy I used with the Undead. It was like, okay, what do I feel like doing? I could feel like eating their heart. I could feed them to the dogs. I could scream incoherently. There were lots of options, and I liked that. Also, as we all know, the Scourge is the one true power in Azeroth. Now... Has anyone else ever felt...
I will feed you to the dogs.
Why would you feed me... We just went over this. The dogs just ate me, actually. And you're eating the food for the dogs. What's that say about you, huh? Anyways. I almost never really used a lot of heroes in Frozen Throne as the undead. I almost called them the Forsaken. Space Bear. I'm looking forward to it. Anyways, what the hell was I saying? Oh yeah, so has anyone else out there ever really felt like the I'm trying to think how to put this. Has not really felt threatened by the Burning Legion, I think is probably the way to put that. And I'm kind of hoping that that actually changes in Legion. I really am. Because I've always looked at the Burning Legion like, yep, there's a bunch of idiots who, if they ever actually really coordinated, would be really, really, really threatening. But they spend more time screwing themselves over than they do coming after us. Oh, whoops. So, you know, maybe if they actually coordinated a little bit, I don't know, you know, something. Instead of just hanging out. There we go. I mentioned that because, for example, the Scourge, absolutely terrifying. Even the Forsaken, I felt, are very, very threatening. But the Legion? No, I've never felt that one. Yeah, Caverns of Time Hyjal. Excellent reason why I don't fear the Legion. Thank you for that demonstration. So I suppose I should read the quest I just got. This huge scroll is made from dragon skin. Because of course it freaking is. This is a Vrykul establishment, as we've already talked about. Unfurling it to its more than 10-foot length, you see images painted upon its scaly surface depicting a Vrykul ritual. A Vrykul Thane surrounded by angelic-looking beings. Go away. Surrounded by angelic-looking beings, ascends into the heavens. A mysterious, darkened figure looms in the picture's background. A tingling in your gut tells you that this Thane of Scorn is about to try this. You must stop it! Okay, we can do that. Also, this is kind of a cool concept that I wish more people would do. It's like an archer tower, but with mages instead of archers. It's just kind of neat. Yes and no, Magister. First time I played that, I admittedly was not playing on hard mode, so I kind of won that map, if you know what I mean. If it wasn't for the triggers, I would have completely just won, is what I'm trying to say. So, when I played it on hard, that was a little bit different, I'll admit. But I think what I mean is the Burning Legion just don't feel very threatening to me. The only way for me to feel that kind of force is actually threatening is if they really go completely all the way, Warhammer 40k style with it. To just be like, here is a ridiculously large, overwhelming force that will wipe over everything in its path. But we haven't really seen that so far with the Legion. It's been mentioned, it's been implied, during the War of the Ancients and during some of the discussions about what they've done to other worlds, but we've never actually seen that. So again, I'm really hoping that they will really go into that in Legion. Yeah, actually, Mr. KJ. White if it's available, Nicolas. Black if it's not. Now, I will say this. If we really get to see, like, just thousands and thousands of demons and have them just roll over us, and again, if we lose in Legion, then all of that goes away. All of that goes away. In fact, if I could share one thing really quick. You want to know what I mean by feeling threatened? Let me explain something here. Let me show you something. This is just a brief teaser of something. Whoops, wrong video. There's a brief teaser of something that we're going to be showing off later on, actually. You see this? You see this right here? This feels threatening, okay? This feels like some, oh, holy crap, oh my god, that's the World Tree burning, and that was Orgrimmar that just got obliterated. This feels awesome. This is what I want to feel the Legion is like. This is how I want to perceive the Legion. But we've never actually been shown that. I want them to do that. I want them in Legion to just roll over us. You know? Like I said, I want to lose in Legion. Where is this idiot? Oh, here it is. So, you think I do not know what you're trying to do? You think I haven't been watching you? You will not stop my ascension, tiny blood elf. It's time to die. How unfortunate, Halfton. We find you unworthy of ascension. Let your soul know oblivion. So, not counting the Death Knight starter zone, this is actually our first peek into the Val'kyr. We're just hanging out, watching. We'll talk a lot more about them later. Especially given what I've learned since about Legion about them. Have you... So this is after I chopped their bodies up. Have you done that before? Your skill with a machete seems practiced. He looks at you warily. I'll take it back from you now, Paladin.
Go in peace.
The brave nods at you in clear approval of your handling of the torch. Let these Vrykul feel the heat of the land. Let them know the fear they would instill in others.
Goodbye.
You have a strong arm, Valvaxus. It looks like those Wind Riders finally made themselves useful instead of just standing around drinking all day.
Go in peace.
Ding. You have done everything we were sent to do, Paladin. I must admit you fight well. Your people are not as strange as I thought. Chieftain Ashtotem is certain to want to hear of your success, but if you decide to stay out here for whatever reason, I will continue to fight at your side.
Ancestors watch over you.
Also, ding. With the terrible helmet, so it's now immortalized. I guess, Pyro, but no, I stand by my statement. I would like to lose for the reasons I've already mentioned, for all 3 reasons I've already mentioned. And start off the next expansion starting, just beaten, bruised, broken. I think that they're stupid, Sir Gilligard. I think that nuclear weapons are stupid. I also think I don't want to live on this planet anymore, so that's unrelated. Favorite song from Undertale? It's an off question, but what do we got here? My favorite song from Undertale is this one.
How may I aid you? Winds be at your back.
No, actually what I have is I have a separate playlist and a separate program entirely that literally just has Undertale songs on it. There's only like 20 songs in there total. So it's really easy to pull up at a moment's notice. I agree, Hylisk, but I don't want to sound like I'm being just contradictory or whatever, but all I gotta say is, Vashir. We were losing in Vashir. Remember that? We spent all of Vashir turning it around from basically losing, and then losing, and then losing, and then losing, until we finally turned it around, and then started to push back. So. Also, although it wasn't done quite as well, the third of the dungeons at the end of Cataclysm, the end of time, the end times or whatever, I believe is what it was called.
What brings you here?
VK, not B. My mother should not concern herself with my safety, but I thank you for coming. While you're here, maybe you could help us with a few things? I came out here for a different reason. An old friend of mine has been calling to me in my dreams, but now I see these small things with their machines making a big hole in the ground. It makes my blood boil. From what I can see, these dwarves, as they are known, are digging up artifacts. Artifacts that could be important to our past. I want you to go down there and kill all the dwarves. Yeah, I know, Hylisk, I know. But you know what I mean, right? I mean, that feeling of us just continuously losing throughout all of Ashir was a great feeling. But anyways.
We shall meet again.
So this is another example of how the Horde of the Alliance versus thing is kind of stupid. Believe it or not, I have more to say about that, and will continue to have more to say about that. How hard would it be for this guy to be like, wait a minute, those artifacts might be important to our history? Walk up to a dwarf. Hey, would you like to bargain for some of those artifacts? They might be important to our history. And the dwarf would probably say, oh my god, you like history too? We love history. Why don't we work together to find these artifacts and figure out what they mean? Maybe we can collaborate in order to decipher them. And the Taunka would say, that sounds like a great idea. Then we could learn more about our history and you could learn more about the world in general. And the dwarf say, aye, this sounds like a great idea. Here, have a drink. And then the two could work together. But no, instead it's like, oh, I want to kill them. Oh, I must kill everything. Sigh. But it's okay. They're just dwarves. I mean, nobody likes them, right? Something, most likely the walking dead, known as the Scourge, has agitated the creatures hereabouts. While escorting the sage here, we lost most of our hunting force to the Riven Widows, huge and deadly spiders which inhabit the Rivenwood to the north. I must stay here and protect the small force we have left, but you could see if the Longrunners are still trapped and alive. Will you do this for us, stranger?
Farewell.
So I'm going to do everything in my power to not kill any dwarves here. Because these are just Explorers League guys. Come on. There we go. I mean, come on, these guys are literally just here because they love history and they want to learn more about the area. That's literally what they're here for. These aren't even actual Alliance military. They're just freaking Explorers League. Well, Deutsch, I don't know. That one right there is sitting right on a thing. I may have to kill that dwarf. Is that okay? Can I kill that dwarf, Deutsch? Screw those leaves! How about what are we fighting for? How's that for a better question? If your answer in this case is because of a misunderstanding, then I'm afraid we have reached an impasse, sir. God damn it. I am so sick of the Horde and the Alliance fighting. I've been sick of it since frickin' WoW Vanilla. I will be talking a great deal about the Wargan when we make ours. But, the long and the short of it, and the most important thing to remember, is that the beginning of the Wargan storyline actually starts off... I thought I did take Repentance. Nope, I took the thing I'll actually be using. The beginning of the Wargan storyline actually happens back during Warcraft 3, and then the next chunk of it happens much closer towards Cataclysm. So there's a big time jump there that's really important to keep in mind. Where the hell's... Damn it, there's like none that aren't defended by dwarven scum. I mean, nice, kind, wonderful, loving people. Alright, one more. I have not killed a single dwarf. I'm actually rather proud of this. Can you imagine doing this without a flying mount? Try not to kill any dwarves, I mean. Come on, I need one more without killing anybody. I've got it. I've got an idea. I've got an idea. Hey, dwarf! Oh my god, the dwarf's after me. Oh no. Quick, go, 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 go! Alright. Run! Run away! Oh, dwarf, you're just too strong for a blood elf like me. Nope, I totally couldn't kill you in about 3 hits. Yep, yep. Spare me, oh mighty Alliance dwarf. she done following me? Yep, there we go. Perfect! 0 losses. 0 deaths.
Well met.
How many artifacts have you managed to get? Perhaps I'll be able to find the time to study these soon. If only I had someone else who could help me study with them, who happens to be dwarves, who happen to be right there. But alas, there is no such mythical person that exists. We braved the Rivenwood because of my troubled dreams concerning my warg life friend, Ulfang. He has called out for help, and you must go to him. But you do not have the means to speak with him or walk amongst the other wargs. I know a way. First, you must do an incredibly awesome quest.
Go.
If I have to? Do I have to do an incredibly awesome quest? Alright, if I must. Actually, so for some of you not aware, there's actually quite a few challenge runs and speed runs you can do in World of Warcraft. Most of those have to do with leveling, or doing a dungeon in a particular period of time. And of course, there's, the Iron Man challenge and stuff like that. And there's a few variants, but one idea that's been tossed around several times is the possibility of trying to level without ever killing anything. And it's not actually functionally feasible. It is literally possible. But it's insane, because what you'd have to do is you'd have to get all of your experience from gathering and professions. And it's doable, and a few people have even done it, and those people are absolutely crazy. They're crazy. So that's really what a pacifist run would be. 0 story, 0 anything, just, doing that. Mining and herbing, and that's kind of it. That would be both, yes, Hylisk, I agree. So we must climb the highest peak of the tallest mountain. Seriously, this is a really tall mountain in the area. Once we get to the top, we will finally be able to understand our internal turmoil. I believe a grand total of 9 people in the entire world have ever 100%ed WoW, Sir Gilligard. So technically yes, but they didn't time it. No, this is Baron Rivendare's mount. We made it to the top of the mountain. Seriously, we are way up here. Look at this. Look at this. We're way up here. All right. Let us meditate. This is going to be funny because we're wearing this stupid armor. Your inner turmoil whispers, "You think you can get rid of me through meditation? Fool, I will destroy you and become that which has been building inside of you all of these years! And I will look just as horrible as you do. Behold! Our greatest threat is the Skittle suit. You cannot defeat me! I am an inseparable part of you! No! Now, this may sound really geeky and stupid, and that's fine. I'm okay with that. But I love this quest. We literally confront our inner turmoil and cleanse ourselves of it. And I like the idea that we actually walk through Northrend at peace with ourselves for the first time. With all we've gone through in vanilla and in BC, we've probably got a lot of emotional baggage at this point in time, don't you think? So I like the idea that this gave us a moment to reflect and literally expunge ourselves of all that doubt and all that fear and all that disbelief, because if we hadn't, honestly, we probably wouldn't have done as well in Northrend as we did. So let's read these other quests that I haven't actually read yet. From the little we know, the Vrykul are conducting unnatural rites in an awakening ritual to the west in, I don't know how to pronounce it, but I usually call it Ylerbron, excuse me, Ylerbron. They're using sacrifices to fuel their rituals. Valvaxis, you must stop this. It matters not who or what is in those cages. They must be freed. I would guess the Vrykul hold the keys. My long runners have lived to return with information that the Vrykul have awakened at the main fortress to the west. Excuse me. It is a forbidden place known as Ylerbron. The long runners tell me that the Vrykul are performing strange rituals. We cannot allow this to continue. Are you willing to assist us? Will you kill the Vrykul before they finish what they're doing and attack us here and kill everyone in their path? Well, okay, I guess. Don't even, Zawan. Don't even. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I could just say Nordic name if you prefer. By the way, this is the second quest we've had to free people from spider webs, where they attack us after we free them. I mean, seriously. Oh, by the way, as a fun little side note that you didn't actually get to see, after we finish purging ourselves of our inner turmoil at the top of that mountain, we get slow fall. Isn't that cool? The idea there being that, you know, because we're at the top of the mountain, it would take a while to get back down, unless you just jump. And you float down to the ground. It's pretty cool, but I didn't do it, obviously, because we were getting to our next quest. I will say this, I'd say Varian has actually managed to cleanse himself of his inner turmoil by the time you reach Legion. Took him a while, and he caused a lot of damage on the way, but at least he did it. Garrosh, on the other hand, never cleansed himself of anything, but it's okay, because he cleansed himself of living, so, you know. Also, with regards to the Varian Garrosh thing, yeah, both of them are the two major cutscene events that happen at the Argent Grounds before you even do the instances or the raid involve Varian and Garrosh. Well, I don't know. Probably both, in all honesty, Psychotic. That does sound like a very both situation to me. She's like, wait, come back. Stop. No. No, whatever. Then she gives up. By the way, I like how horrible Vrykul's souls are. You might think, aha! It's because of the fact that they have been influenced by the Lich King. No, we've seen the souls of people influenced by the Lich King. Aha! It's because they're former Titan creatures. Well, no, we've seen former Titan creatures, souls as well. They don't look like that. Aha! It's because of some other unrelated thing. No, I know you really like Reese's Peanut Butter Cups, but it doesn't have anything to do with why they have this color of souls. No, the main reason why they have this kind of souls is actually really cool, if simple. It's because they are so damn violent. They are so violent, and so hateful, and so brutal, that, like, all they do, all they are is just this, so it makes logical sense that their souls would be these horrible, violent things. Magical word? I don't know, Simon Jerker. You've lost me. Not the hardest thing to do, but you know. I used to actually have macros assigned. I had a really complicated macro assigned to every spell on my Arcane Mage. And it was just quotes I came up with. You know, with the power of the heavens I summon the arcane storms. You know, that kind of stuff, right? And to prevent spamming, I even made it. I even built in a calculation so that it only did it approximately 1/8 of the time, so it wouldn't actually spam it. It wouldn't happen every time. Kind of like Final Fantasy Tactics, to give you an idea of what I'm talking about. And it was really cool. And then my friends never stopped complaining about it, so I got rid of it.
How?
From my dreams, I know Ulfang is in a cave in the snowy northwestern edge of the Rivenwood. He is in great danger. I have devised a magical disguise which will make you appear as a warg while you're in the Rivenwood. The disguise is weak, relying on the strange magic of the wood. While it will convince the wargs, it will allow you to get... Well, it will barely convince the wargs. It will allow you to get close to Ulfang.
Be careful. How may
Also,
I aid you?
that was a very brave act, Paladin. I did not know that your people were capable of selflessness. Next time I will heed the warnings of my elders and steer clear of the Rivenwood. I would recommend that you do the same.
Be careful.
Yes, I do, Magister. I have genuine arachnophobia, as opposed to, you know, I don't like spiders arachnophobia. Like I said, Ricky, people complained, so I stopped. Because I'm not interested in making other people's lives worse. I actually tried an in-between thing for a while. I would send it to officer chat. So instead of it being in like /say or whatever, it would be an officer chat. So I could see it, but nobody else could. And then later on, we got a little more coordinated, a little more organized as a guild, and so other people started having access to officer's chat, and then I had to get rid of it again. Whoops, I did not mean to do that. I'm a wolf! I knew a Death Knight who had "Get over here!" set to a yell on Death Grip. It was a little irritating. You look and smell different. You're not one of my pack. Tell me your story. I have nothing but time while I am trapped here. Mistwalker is from my dreams. If you are his friend, you are mine. I was alpha male until the last full moon. Then a strange white war, Garwal, came from the north, and with the help of my once brothers, he quickly became alpha. There's something unnatural about him. To help, you must first kill those who betrayed me. He hunts to the northwest, an area the Two Legs call Steel Gate. And look for Vard to the southeast, near the West Peak. They will not be fooled by your form. Okay, I can go kill these two wolves for you. Woof woof, as they say. Now, here's a question for you, Hylisk. Let's say you were unlimited with regards to engine. What would... Whoops, I went too far. What would you want for it to be able to do? Like a WoW 2 engine. What would you want, functionality-wise? So, I mentioned how basically every quest chain except for one starts here. Well, there's one other quest chain I haven't actually referenced yet, and that's this one. Or I shouldn't say quest chain, story arc. One other story arc that I haven't referenced yet. And this is the other story arc. As soon as I find this guy and kill him horribly. Preferably horribly. I mean, it doesn't have to be horrible. It's getting more horrible the longer it takes to find him, I'll tell you what. Wait, do I need to be wolfed for this? There it is. I raised my eyebrow at you, Ricky. Oh, there he is. Speaking of which, I've been told not to play Dragon's Dogma. I'm not sure what to make of that since it's a specific request for a rumination. We'll have to see how that turns out. So I'm tilting my head at you, Bragon, because this game already has both day-night cycles and weather. So, elaborate. Or be destroyed. Yeah, spiders. Because I have genuine arachnophobia. And apparently there are spiders that are close to actual trigger spiders in Dragon's Dogma. And if there are, I will play up till that point, stop playing, and then give my rumination at that point. Because that's all you're getting out of me if it's actually that bad. Like, I pretty much... I barely managed to finish Inquisition, for God's sakes. Like I said, Psychotic, I was having real issues that in Inquisition. It got to the point where I was quite literally playing Inquisition like this, not actually looking at the screen and just kind of going off of the sounds. The smell of their blood on your muzzle pleases me. Brothers should not turn on each other. Garwal hides himself behind an unnatural magic. None can see him unless he wants you to. There may be one chance we can take, though. My enemy, the great eagle Talonshrike, is said to have eyes that can see anything. If you were to take her eyes, surely you will be able to see Garwal. That's just logic right there. If I take your eyes, I can see it just as well as you could. That's because it's tied to real-life time, Bragwin. So if you're on at 4:35 in the evening, this is 4:35 in the evening time zone. I've literally watched a sunrise in this game before, as it was happening in real life. Go ahead, make fun. It's okay.
You come to die!
That's what's wrong with spiders, the one Joker. Oh, what's this? These plans detail an imminent attack upon Camp Winterhoof. It would appear that the frostworm Glacion, who circles overhead, is going to be used for the offensive. Surely Cilia Frozen Mane would be of some assistance in the matter. Let's go deliver the plans to her. Now this may sound odd, but I thought there was a mod to do controlling of WoW. Like, I thought that was already a thing. Granted, that's a mod, not built in, so, you know, shrug. You tiny creatures disgust me!
Spit on you! Gutting you.
I will take pleasure in gutting you. I spit on you. You know, these guys are really not nice. I mean, seriously. One of my earliest memories of WoW ever was actually watching the sunrise in it. This was in the beta, specifically. Because the alpha was barely functional, let's be honest with ourselves. But in the beta, I made a Tauren, and stood at a specific point that I'll show off when I make my Tauren for the Lorerun. And I just stood there and watched the sunrise across Mulgore.
To die!
It's funny you ask that, Hylisk. I was going to talk about that as well, but I kind of wanted to wait until the big reveal to do so. So, that is a very valid question. What we just encountered with is either a sentient wolf or a Loa. Now, if it's a Loa, that's fine. I mean, really, it's just another natural spirit that interacts with other, beings, just like any Loa does. That's great. No variance there. If that's a wolf that just happens to be intelligent, do you know what that means? Do you know what that means for the entire culture of the entire world if animals are actually intelligent and capable of independent, free thought? That is a big freaking deal. We're heading into Lord of the Rings territory if we do that. And I'm not sure I like that idea, for that matter. Up, there's a lich. Intelligent, yes, but communicative? I mean, really. And not just regularly communicative. That wolf was actually able to coordinate with a Taunka via dreams. Now, if you asked my opinion on it, I'd say it's far more likely that's actually a Loa, as opposed to actually a intelligent animal. Now, when I say intelligent, try to keep in mind, I don't mean like dog-level intelligence. I'm talking about full sentient, sapient life. Not just, I understand basic concepts. And I don't just say that because it horrifies me, the thought that we've been killing lots and lots of animals who are sentient creatures. I mean, that's kind of a horrifying thought. Especially since we've basically been doing so out of ignorance. But given what we know about this area, it's actually much, much more likely, too, that is a Loa, since this is a kind of a Loa-infused region in general, and we already know that there are Loa of specific types of animals. Even specific types of animals within a region, for that matter. I have no idea. I could probably kill him. Yeah, I can kill him. Now, keep in mind, I'm level 75 in heirloom gear. That's actually pretty awesome, Zillan. You know what's funny? I was talking with a friend of mine who is actually a primary PvPer. In other words, he pretty much just PvPs in this game, right? And I was like, okay, so if we were to just get rid of the Horde versus Alliance thing in story, how would you want us to implement that so we keep PvP? Because my opinion has always been there's no reason to get rid of PvP. There's no reason to remove PvP from things. It's just, the Horde versus Alliance dichotomy is frankly old, and it's overstayed its welcome. We talked about it back and forth for a bit, but his response amused me greatly. His very, very first response was, why do we need a story for PvPing? There's the other side, is pretty much all he needed to know. Now, that's being a bit disingenuous. Not every PvPer is going to think like that, and my friend actually does care about the story. So it's not like he wants to be completely cut off from it. But the net consensus we reached is you don't need to do some big thing to keep PvP in a world where the Horde versus the Alliance is not a thing. All you have to do is have, like, tournaments and war games, and you could become, like, a rogue faction was an idea he had, which I thought was really cool. So, like, basically, rather than being a member of the Horde or the Alliance or the Forsaken or whatever, you're basically part of the Rogue Forsaken or the Rogue whatever, and therefore you're actively out trying to defeat the other side regularly, aka a PvPer. And, is he coming? I mean, I see his shadow. There he is. And then, they could still be a little bit of story behind that, and it would kind of help explain why the two sides have basically stopped needlessly killing each other on the doorstep of the Lich King. To name one example at random. And yeah, exactly, Hylas. It's not like, to use a bad example, it's not like every German wanted to kill every Frenchman back in World War I, right? I mean, just because the two armies were at war doesn't mean every person who is a German and a Frenchman wanted to kill each other, right? That's not how that works. So, what I think we really need to do is just wipe out the Alliance. Just kill all the humans, all the Night Elves. I think that's it, actually. Just wipe all of those two groups out. I think it'll work out for the rest of them. Yeah, battling over Wintergrass. I'm going to talk about this at some point. This is a Titan Vault at the very doorstep of the Lich King that everyone wants as a battleground in order to launch into Icecrown. It's right there. I mean, if I was to be over there, you could literally see the Citadel's like right here. So the idea of the Horde and the Alliance fighting each other over this territory, literally right next to this Icecrown Citadel, is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard in my entire life.
What brings you?
What? Attack plans? A great worm in the sky? Valvaxis, you cannot let this come to pass! Your instincts were right to bring this to me, but my Windriders cannot fight a dragon! You must venture into that town and slay the Frostworm and its master, Wormcaller Vile. Even now, they may be on our way. If I'm reading these plans correctly, blowing the Wormcaller's horn on this platform outside the rear left of the place that I can't think of will call Glaceon back. When the creature lands, destroy it!
Winds be at your back.
I'm actually going to go in there and read Archivon's diary when we get there.
You wish to speak?
A great stone is lifted from my shoulders to hear of your success, and I smile to know so you are freed the Taunka. Please take this gift for what you have done. I will see to the health of those you freed. Your assistance to us has been tremendous, but there's something troubling me. These so-called scourge. The spirits of the land and the air, the waters on fire below, would not abide their presence, but seem to do nothing about them. We will see to it that they are dealt with. Perhaps it's asking too much, but I would like you to return west to that place and destroy the unnatural scourge in the vile lair. Okay, I give up. Tell me how to pronounce it, Zaywon, just because I keep having to say it here. It's G-J-A-L-E-R-B-R-O-N.
May the eternal sun shine upon thee.
I've been expecting.
You have my thanks. I know you don't have any duty to me or to my people. What you say about their place troubles me. I sense our culling is not quite at an end. The dead ones at that place... the dead ones are at that place, and they have necromancers with them? We must eliminate the leader of these necrolords. Do whatever it takes, but make sure that Overlord Metzen and whatever he's attempting to accomplish is neutralized. You got it! I'm going after Metzen right now. Oh, wait, one more quest real quick.
I've been expecting you.
I have overheard what you've had to say to Great Mother Anka, and with all due respect, she's not having you go far enough. You must also deal with the Vrykul that lie beneath the place that I can't pronounce. I have no doubt that the rituals involved with awakening them are the key to their downfall. Most likely the Necrolords have some device that we can use to bring the Vrykul out of their dormant state prematurely. This will prove fatal to the Vrykul. I'm just going to start calling it Yelebron.
Walk with the
Yelebron! To Yelebron! I can't think of any place in Borean Tundra, Little Billy, where there's just one quest, by the way. There's the Murloc quests over here. There's the Naga quests over here. There's the Tuskar quests over here. There's also the Elder quest right around here. Why? Why is a G-J pronounced as an S-H? I don't understand. Oh god, why? Where's the... There it is. The Tuskar Elders, it's right around here-ish. If you go like to this ledge right here, there's a Tuskar who gives you like 3 quests. There's a bunch of the big Tuskar statues there, the face statues, and there's a couple of quests involved in that chain right there. So anyway, Shelebron. I give up. That's all you're getting out of me. I confess my ignorance. My ignorance. Gotta say it right. My ignorance. Because I lack the ability to function in other societies. There. Wakey, wakey. God, that's so Bragwin, the moment you said that, my first thought was Jolderborn? or Jolder, rather, because it's a G and a J. Anyways, this is a good time to talk about the Vrykul. So you might wonder why the hell all of these Vrykul are in stasis. Now, I actually kind of already mentioned this in brief. Let me go ahead and talk about the fact that the old gods are, what's the word? Evil. Right. The old gods, we don't actually know if they have any real long-term plans other than screw everything. And I don't mean in the fun, kind of sticky sort of way. I mean in the, oh, I'm going to kill everything in the entire universe, blah, 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 kind of a way. So they actively seek out actions that would kill even themselves, because that's just kind of how they function. And I don't even know what else to say about that. I mean, just... But this is relevant because they convinced Loken to try and do several things which the only actual benefit of these actions was to make the world a worse place. I mean, I get it, evil, but seriously, it's like completely, purely, chaotically, for fun, evil. There's no actual thought or benefit coming from it. So, the Vrykul, the original Vrykul, were, along with the Giants and the Earthen, were originally very active and did a lot of stuff in Northrend. Well, I shouldn't even say Northrend. Just all over the place. This was before the time of the Sundering. Under the Old Gods' directives, Loken, who is the Prime Designate, also known as the guy in charge of the entire planet from the Titans' perspective, followed the commands of the Old Gods and said, "Yes, masters, I will make things worse for no good reason." So he's the one who actually ensured all of these creatures would go into these stasis cells. If there's any greater, larger reasoning behind putting all of the Vrykul and the Giants and the Earthen into stasis, I don't actually know what that is. So... But that's the why. That's why all of these guys were in stasis, and why they had to actually be resurrected over a long period of time by the Scourge's forces. Now, to make that a little bit clearer, it's not like they can just calmly be resurrected, too. As you actually see, if they're resurrected, or I guess I'd say if they're pulled out of stasis improperly, they die instantly. That's actually what we're doing to them on purpose. So they're burning all of these souls and accomplishing all of this magic in order to resurrect, remove from stasis the Vrykul, just so they could use them as an army. Now, the whole point, though... actually, I meant to show you that, and I kind of screwed up. Hang on just a second. See if we can see it from here. Not really, it looks like. Okay, this doesn't really get it across, but you see how far down that pit goes? At every single one of those levels is another entire level of Vrykul who are in these stasis chambers. Which I try to get across because, basically, if you step back and looked at it, this entire mountain is basically just one massive stasis chamber, filled with thousands upon thousands upon thousands of Vrykul. There are a lot of them in here. There might actually be in the 100,000s range. Give me an example, Zoan Joker. Hey, look! It's Grand and Overlord Metzen! Kill him! Kill him! Okay. We've killed WoW's lore, guys. It's over. A sheaf of parchment drops from the still hand of the Overlord. Upon it you can discern the outline of rituals that are taking place in the catacombs below. However, it appears that the queen of the Vrykul, Angerboda, is having difficulty awakening King Ymiron. The ritual is taking place within a large chamber known as the Winter's Terrace. If you hurry, you might be able to stop her before it's too late. Xenos? Like that? Because... Or Xenos, if you prefer, but either way, Xenos. Granted, I have my own interesting way of pronouncing things, thanks to my multiple accents. Hang on a second. But to my knowledge, that's pretty much just Xenos. So yeah, Ymiron. Okay, so Ymiron was probably a Watcher, or an equivalent of a Watcher back in the day, before he was turned into a fleshy creature, of course. Ymiron is also very strong, has powerful ancestral magic, and also happens to have the respect of basically every Vrykul. It took very, very specific circumstances for people being willing to disobey his commandments. Let's put it that way. Okay. Ymiron's stasis was not perfect, so it's not accurate to say he's dead, so much as it's accurate to say that he needs to be brought up a little more carefully than the others. And remember, even the other Vrykul here have to be brought out of their stasis very, very carefully. Imagine someone as powerful as Ymiron. Alright, let's do this. Do you really think by facing me you have hope of saving your friends? Oh God, well. Bring it, Glaceon. Don't do it, G-Juice. Oh, here he comes. No. Are you coming, Glaceon? Hey, dude. Hey, come here. Oh, there he comes. Okay, he's coming. Ah, that hated sound. Yeah, I do remember that psychotic. I don't, but I use like a really padded thing over here, and I have this specially padded keyboard, which helps me with said wrists. I probably would not want the Vrykul to be a part of my horde. See, on the one hand, we have the Vrykul who joined the Scourge willingly. On the other hand, we have the Vrykul who joined the Burning Legion willingly.
Make a fine necklace.
They're also kind of gross. So they can stay over there with their other terrible people. All right, Angerboda. By the way, this is an interesting little tidbit point here. Queen Angerboda doesn't actually get a lot of story time, but she's actually very important for the overall story of the Vrykul story arc in Northrend. Why? She's the one who actually made the Vrykul subservient to the Lich King. King Ymiron, that guy right there, he's not functional right now. He's not the one who actually, he's not the one who actually made that bargain.
Give me your souls that I might slay the enemy.
This woman killed these necromancers
You will not.
just so she could do this. I mean, just, yeah, whatever. I'm gonna shut up now.
Not yet, Ymiron. I have other plans for you. You will serve me better within Utgarde Pinnacle. And if these insects survive to find you again, you will get the chance to avenge your wife.
Notice how the Lich King personally showed up to bring Ymiron up. But yeah, Queen Angerboda there, she is the one who turned the Vrykul over to the Scourge. In exchange not only for the power, the honor of being their frontline soldiers, but also so that the Scourge would bring the rest of them out of stasis. That's true, Midgar. I hope I don't have arthritis. It runs in my family. We'll see, I suppose, after another few years. Oops, wrong one. I need this one. Do you have the eyes of the eagle? Wolfang howls loudly at your defeat of his great enemy. The honor of the kill is yours. I wish that it had been my maw to finally close upon her neck. Let us not waste the sacrifice she has made for us. Here, eat them! Do I have to? When you have eaten Talonshrike's eyes, you should be able to see Garwal and rip out his throat. Blood elf thing, take out and slay Garwal in the western Rivenwood. After you have killed him, go tell the Mistwalker I am once more the Alpha Warg. It does, Kay. Basically nothing other than one tidbit in Pandaria, and one pretty significant bit in Legion, which I've been keeping quiet about until now. Alright, where are you, Garwal? Ah! I went like 5 feet too far. Damn it! Ah! Okay, him. Alright, what it is, Bragwin, is they start a new dancing troupe, and all they do is play Chopsticks. That's the only song they know how to dance to. Just over and over and over. It's terrible. Where are you, Garwal? I have the buff, so I should be able to see him. I don't know about UK, I'd love to have a voice like that. Also, when your voice is being filtered through something as horrifically evil as the essence of the Lich King, it doesn't really surprise me that there's a few side effects from that. God damn it. Where is this guy? This is basically the last quest I have right here. Since all the rest is just going to be turn-in, so I can't really go and do anything else while I'm waiting. Oh. Nope. No, but I want to be able to like have that be my normal voice, Kay. Like, I want to walk through Wendy's and say in the Lich King's voice, "I'd like a number 3, please. Extra pickles." Your soul will be forfeit if you skimp on the pickles. And I want them to completely freak out and run screaming. I mean, is that so much to ask? Since that's what Rory wants, apparently. I mean, he actually rolled Intimidate on someone who is already so terrified he's incapable of speech. Alright, just in case I need to be in wolf form, even though I've got the buff. See if this helps a little bit. I don't actually like Frosties that much. I used to like their ice cream cones, though. The presentation helps. The heaviest I've ever weighed, G-Juice, is how much I weigh right now. I have been having significant health issues lately, and they have been causing me to gain weight, and it sucks. And the best part is, there's nothing I can do about it right now. So I'm just going to have to live with being a fat, worthless bastard. So, I will defeat this white wolf. Oh my god, it's a Wargan! Holy crap, I totally didn't see that coming. But that right there is the other major plot thread that is started off in the Howling Fjord. There's a Wargan up here. And this Wargan actually came to this area to take control of the wargs of the Howling Fjord. I used to be in a lot better shape. I used to work out regularly. That's part of the reason it bothers me. I'm not used to it, is what I'm trying to say.
Greetings.
I'm about 40 pounds up from what I should be right now. Garwal was not a warg at all. I know of these creatures. They are called Wargan. But Ulfang indicates it came from the Grizzly Hills? Odd. There aren't any Wargan there. I thank you for helping to restore Ulfang to his proper place amongst his pack. Now we will both be able to sleep peacefully. Please, accept this as a gift for your sacrifice. God, I'm already 76. That's ridiculous. I'm just finishing up the first zone and I'm already 76. Gray line for the win. What time is it? Okay.
Ah, I've been expecting you.
Is the attack averted? Is the great death worm and its master destroyed? Did you get the horn? Oh, wow. The horn is as cold as the land, perhaps even colder. You have saved Camp Winterhoof from certain doom. Not that we'll be staying here much longer. What a curious woman you are. Perhaps you blood elf types over the ocean are not that bad at all. Here. Take a reward for your troubles. I thank you.
Walk with the Earth Mother.
What brings you here?
You did what had to be done. The unwise might consider it dishonorable to slay the helpless while they awaken. But in this case, you would have been a fool to do otherwise. And we certainly couldn't be left standing there to be ritually awakened, now could we? It was a brave thing you did, Blood Elf.
May the eternal sun...
And there's the achievement for doing all the quests here.
What brings you here?
The Great Mother nods her approval. Thank you, Valvaxis. You have done what is right, and you have brought us a little more time to finish our preparations for leaving. We will soon make the journey north. I am too old. When we go, I will not be able to carry everything with me. Would you like to take one of my things? Well, if I have to. Then I shall.
Winds be at your back.
Ah, I've been expecting you.
That should take some of the pressure off. Valvaxis, time and again you have proven your value to the Taunka of Camp Winterhoof. Please, choose something from our bounty. I insist. Oh, well, thank you.
Walk with the Earth Mother.
I'm not sure I like the sound of that one bit. The Lich King absconding with Ymiron can only mean trouble. Unfortunate that you weren't able to kill him along with his queen. Still, you've put a huge dent in their plans, and you've bought us the valuable time we need. Who knows? With the way you get around, you'll probably run into Ymiron again, and I'm sure he won't fare too well the next time that you meet. I will not be admitting my weight, by the way, guys. I already told you, I'm 40 pounds up. That's all you need to know about that. That was already a bit of a shameful thing to do.
Please, browse
I
my
will.
wares.
Zewan, thank you for reminding me, though. Before we do that, we're actually going to do one other thing because it so neatly ties in. This is something I was thinking about doing in Outland, and having actually finished Outland, I have now decided this is something I want to do in the future. So what we're going to do... So we're going to go to Orgrimmar here. Oops. And we will fly! I'm sorry, Azura. I sympathize. I've had circumstances like that myself, where I was just too sick to keep exercising, and too incapable of getting my my cardio in. Wait. Yes, I have, actually, G-Juice. More than once in my life. That's the wrong character. I actually wanted this character. One of those times I actually lost a bunch of weight. The other time I gained a bunch. In my defense, the time I lost a bunch of weight, I was incapable of eating. Fire. Okay. The third Lich King was born in flames and darkness! Don't look at me like that. Lack of availability of equipment, lack of availability to go out and actually do it, lack of time is a problem. Is this it?
Your blood,
Nope. Nope.
Lord Sargeras.
This is it.
I will not fail you. Sweep your molten fist through this world, so that it may be reborn in flames and darkness!
I love that quote. Whoops, I'm going the wrong way. That way. Most lore relevant. Which race is most lore relevant? In Outland, that would easily be Blood Elf and Orc. I wish I could say Draenei, but as we discussed, the Draenei weren't really utilized that well in Outland. For Northrend, the Forsaken is an obvious answer. But in addition to the Forsaken, there's also the dwarves have a very large amount of lore and lore relevance in Northrend, and I think that's really it as far as the playable races. You could also mention the gnomes. It's kind of a thing. In Cataclysm, I don't think any given race had more lore relevance than any other race. Actually, one of the big things about Cataclysm was the races stopped mattering, really. The Twilight's cultists didn't care. Deathwing didn't care. None of them cared. So, then we get to Pandaria, where obviously the Pandarans are clearly the most important race, as well as the Blood Elves and the humans, actually. And then when we get to Warlords, the most relevant races are obviously the Draenei and the Orcs. With a little bit of fun flavor lore from the Forsaken. Oh, I was a little off course. My bad. So, now that we have released King Ymiron, it's time to go and try and clean up our problems. King Ymiron has retreated along with the other of the revealed Vrykul, who are in this particular region, and journeyed into the upper areas of... I already said Wrath in BC, dude. I started with BC, and then I said Wrath. I did it in order, dude. Anyways, so, journeyed back to Utgarde Keep. The upper areas of Utgarde Keep this time. Oh, gotcha, yeah. So, BC was the Orc Blood Elf expansion, and Wrath was the Dwarf and Forsaken expansion.
You got my attention.
So there's a quest called Junk in My Trunk. Just look at it. Me trunk has never been so empty. Me mates jumped at the sight of all that booty, and now look at them. Rattling bones they be. Say, there'll be plenty of loot further and not the cursed kind, I'll wager. Fetch it for me, I'll be rewarding you handsomely.
Watch your back.
Only luck spared me from the same fate as me mates. In the scurry, I got knocked down. Was a wee bit tipsy to begin with. Looked up in time to see the first of 'em turn. There was a big old fellow watching with a whole mess of guards. They were chanting Ymiron. Maybe killing him with free my mates.
Off with you.
Good day to you.
We are hard at work ensuring that we minimize our losses to the Scourge war machine. The Vrykul here are undermining that mission by willingly joining the Lich King's ranks. Please, you must defeat their spiritual leader, Svala, before she leads her people into eternal shadow.
Safe travels.
So, in case you're wondering what he's talking about, cursed people, you see all this treasure? Look at that! It's just this giant pile of treasure. Gold, gems, artifacts, jewels, tablets, statues. I mean, look at it all. We can't have it. It's cursed. They literally turned into those cursed when they tried to take it. So it didn't work out too well for them. You can see this whole room is filled with it. So welcome to Utgarde Pinnacle. This is the center seat of political power for the Vrykul. One of the things I find fascinating about this place, though, is it's not in any way that matters the capital of the Vrykul people. Now, I know you're probably looking at me like, what do you mean? It's like where their king is. Yes, but one of the relevant points of the Vrykul story is that they were waken up to be patsies, to be slaves, basically, nothing more. They don't actually have any political influence or power within the Scourge. They are just another race to be utilized. Now, there are Vrykul who ascend, who advance, who become high-ranking members of the Scourge, even. But most of that is as elite warriors, not as actual leaders. So the actual political center, it doesn't matter to the Vrykul. However, there's one little tidbit to that.
My liege, I have done as you asked, and now beseech you for your blessing.
Your sacrifice is a testament to your obedience. Indeed, you are worthy of this charge. Arise, and forever be known as Svala Sorrowgrave.
The sensation is beyond my imagining. I am yours to command, my king.
Your first test awaits you. Destroy our uninvited guests.
I will be happy to slaughter them in your name. Come, enemies of the Scourge, I will show you the might of the Lich King.
Yeah, the positioning on that cutscene wasn't the best in the world, but I will say two things here. First of all, notice that the Lich King has the power to convert a person into a Val'kyr. She was a normal, ordinary individual of a Vrykul who was turned into a Val'kyr. Think about that for a moment. I mention that because we know for a fact that natural Val'kyr are actually a thing. So, the fact that he has tapped into the power of death sufficiently to be able to create his own ones, that's significant. Second, as was pointed out, the Lich King wasn't even here. He was actually back in Icecrown Citadel. He was able to do that while not even being present.
I will vanquish your sword.
Svala distinguished herself as Ingvar the Plunderer's lieutenant, leading perilous scouting missions in Horde and Alliance outposts. It was she who discovered the enemy's plans to invade Utgarde, giving the Lich King time to prepare. For her service, he transformed her into a Val'kyr, a revered warrior maiden of the Scourge. It's one of my own remixes, Caspian, but it's actually based off of the music that plays during the arena area. I don't remember the name of it. Fun fact about this place, you only have to fight 2 bosses in this whole dungeon. Now, there are only 4 bosses here, as you can see, but the first 2, completely optional. You can just run by her while she's doing her speech and not even aggro her. The door's wide open. You can also run by this guy. You don't have to fight him either. We're going to, but you can't. I mean, look, I just like... And, yep. Bye! I don't have to fight you, but we're going to for the Lorerun. So this is an interesting little situation here. This is another thing that the Vrykul do. They don't kill enemies to stuff them like, say, we do, or dwarves do, or orcs do. They kill enemies and then use this sort of blood magic to literally turn the actual monster into a statue. That magic can then be turned around to revive them. It is all... now, okay, I'll talk about it more in just a second. Hang on. The Vrykul keep many trophies throughout Utgarde Keep, and Gortok is one of his most impressive. King Ymiron displays the Magnetar's cruel countenance as a reminder that even the most savage beasts are mere decorations for the Vrykul halls. This living statue will sow destruction if liberated, unleashing his wrath indiscriminately.
What this place? I will destroy you.
This is a Magnetar. They are damned big and damned dangerous creatures. We'll talk a little bit more about them in specific later, though. So there's this jackass, Scotty the Ruthless, and the mount that I have, thank God. The Vrykul assign nicknames based on accomplishments. Cleansing a Drakari bloodline or decapitating Taunka might gather the appellation of the dutiful. But it takes a true act of depravity to be called the Ruthless. Scotty earned his title long ago for ruthlessly hunting down Vrykul who sheltered malformed infants, predecessors of humanity, condemned by Ymiron. Let me rehash that, in case you didn't catch it. This guy, this bastard, hunted down Vrykul who refused to kill their own children, and then killed them and their children.
What mongrels dare intrude here? Look alive, my brothers! A feast for the one that brings me their heads!
I'll talk more about why that's relevant later, because it's part of the Alliance quests. But yeah, it's a messed up scene, to say the least. As you can see, he likes to breathe ice on one half of the terrain at a time. The funny thing is, this was a pretty easy fight, other than his whirlwind, because most of our players at the time had troubles with lag. So he'd start whirlwinding, and they literally would not be able to get out of range in time.
Your corpses will make fine doormats from my new trade.
Yeah, he's dead. He's very, very dead. You'll notice at this point in time, most of these are Ymiron? I have no idea how to pronounce that. The dead Vrykul. They're no longer actually the standard living Vrykul or the ascended Vrykul. They are just plain the undead Vrykul. Type 3A or B, it doesn't actually matter. Probably type 3B, from what we understand. That is correct. Okay. See, it's funny because Ymiron... Damn it, stop making me talk about this. Ymiron put down a decree that said that all humans, or what would eventually be called humans, should be genocided. I mean that sincerely, by the way. When I say genocided, I mean it. 100%. All of them should have been wiped out. That was King Ymiron's commandment. Obviously, that didn't happen. You know, pizza rolls are awesome. You should go get some pizza rolls right now. Also, Noralex, with regards to Tyrion, I'm pretty sure Tyrion was too arrogant at that point in time. If you pay attention... I mean, Tyrion's an awesome character, really. But if you pay attention throughout the course of us going through Northrend, he's pretty much one-for-one following Arthas' journey through Northrend. Becoming much darker and much horrible as he goes. So this is Ymiron himself, ancient king of the Vrykul people. Proud Ymiron ruled the Northern's wastes until the Vrykul's long slumber relegated him to insignificance. He regained consciousness to find his wife brutally murdered, his lands besieged by enemies. He has cast off his mortality and demands vengeance, eager to show the terrible resolve of the awakened giant.
You invade my home and then dare to challenge me? I will tear the hearts from your chests and offer them as gifts to the Death God! Ruah Nya Gabor!
By the way, the Death God is the Lich King.
Ranulf of the Screaming Abyss! Snuff these maggots with darkest night! Awaits me now.
Whoops, I think he got smited by his own people. Huh. Oh well. He deserved it. Seriously, I actually personally think Ymiron deserves it. Even before the Lich King ever entered the picture, he was kind of a bastard. As I just kind of indicated by his go genocide an entire race plans.
Here there.
How'd you fare there? Brilliant! You've gone and done it, matey. Now I can show me face to the captain without fearing for my life. Thanks to you and your mates. Here's a little booty in return.
Be good.
Ah, splendid. Maybe now me mateys will be able to rest in peace. Here you go, lass. Don't let it be said that old Brig went generous to those who showed him a kindness. Good work, and doing good business with you.
Watch your back.
You need something?
Every soldier we deny to the Scourge is one they will just get back
you
because
around.
they're the Scourge. Seriously, that's kind of how that works. But whatever, we'll go along with the delusion that we're winning in Northrend. Oh, hey, I haven't opened this yet. Oh, that reminds me. So, I recently got something. Would anyone like to see that on camera really quick before we switch? I know, right, Mads? That's true. He's so drunk, he's seeing double. That's what it is. Okay. Where are they? Up there, there. Just go ahead and add this pet to my journal. The fragment of anger, the fragment of suffering, and the fragment of desire, which has granted me a brand new pet for having finally accomplished that achievement. Cute. I don't know how this is actually supposed to be pronounced, but it's cute. It's a Naru name, but it's saying cute. When this pet is near, calming chimes fill your mind and remind you of a time long past. Notice, this is actually kind of neat. The Naru pet actually can't battle. There's only a few like that, like the balloon can't battle, but the cute can't battle. I love it. I love it. And there's what it looks like. Yay! I now have my own pet Naru. That's it, I just wanted to show that off. I've been trying for that achievement for forever. And getting those last two off of the reliquary was taking a ridiculous period of time. And it's done now. Yay. I can still be cute. Now that I think about it, is how that's probably supposed to be pronounced, with the emphasis there. Cute. Wait. You're right, that was too big earlier. Why don't I fix that? There we go. Tiny Naru! Tiny Naru. Can you even see it? Anyways, that's it. Just wanted to show that off. For now! Back to the server. I secretly am, Deacon. I have been my whole life. Damn it, the boat just left. Think I can reach it in time? Let's go for it. Let's go for it. I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it. I'm totally not gonna... Oh, okay, it's gone. It's gone. Well, I failed. So what mounts should we use in our Wargan while we're in Northrend? Obviously, they have to be dead mounts. I mean, that's just critical. So why don't we use the Bloodbath for that one? And for our ground mount, why don't we use the Death Charger? Yeah, I like that idea. Actually, we should do it like that. There we go. So we've got the Bloodbath Frostdrake. Behold the power. You know what, you're right. We should ride the cutest mount in the game. I didn't need to do that. Gaze into the face of cuteness. Wah! Behold the cute little yak. Seriously though, in certain races, this guy hops so cutely. It's just incredibly cute. Hop, hop, pop, 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 pop. Hop, pop, 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 hop, pop. I will kill it. Hang on. I will kill everything in my path to get vengeance upon the Lich King. Hop, 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 pop. Go, my undying steed. Bring vengeance. Ah! Seriously, you should see that on a smaller race. It goes pop, 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 pop. It's so cute. See, this isn't cute. This is just ugly. Look at this guy. Hi. I am the ugliest goat, and I will carry the Wargan to victory. Yes. Yes. No, you know what? No, this isn't right. This isn't right. I'm sorry, guys. I'm really. Let me fix this here. There we go. Yes. Eventually, I will reach Ice Crown, and then, yes, hear my battle cry. Yes. None will survive my wrath. Wall. There we go. Okay, we're okay. It looks worse. I actually hate this mount. It looks terrible, especially its riding animation. I feel like I should be getting sick while I'm riding this mount. You don't have to, Nicholas. I appreciate the thought, but you don't have to. Where's the other one? You know what? You're right. We should ride a scorpion. I think that's just much more appropriate. What do you guys think? Is it a little better? All shall die. Everyone's gonna die. Where's what I was actually looking for? Okay. Oh, right. I'm an alliance. Right. I'm like, why can't I wear all these horde mounts? That's so nonsensical. Yes, Lurker. That would be much better. Yeah, scorpions don't bug me. I mean, I don't want everything to do with them in real life, but they don't bother me. That'll do. There we go. Check it out. Yeah. Wargan Wolf Rider. Behold our power. Behold! It's a good way to test your resolve, Kay. I mean, if you're not willing to ride on something that could kill you at a moment's notice, I don't know. I just think we've got some different perspectives here. So this is an Alliance-only mount I don't see all that often, because I'm not really Alliance. I like how I'm actually carrying around the banner of the Alliance here. Look at this! Look at this! Behold! I am for the Alliance! Just, really? Okay, so there's actually a tiny bit of story behind the Garn Nighthall. Just a tiny bit. Also, I just, really quick, I want to emphasize, this is a cool ship. I love the design of this ship. It's actually called an icebreaker, for reasons that should be fairly self-apparent. So, the Garn Nighthall, there's a whole class of wargs. Wargan. No, wargs, I'm right. That the Warsong clan uses as their mounts, right? And so they lost control of a few of them, and those few wandered, and there's a couple of them that you can get as a mount yourself if you happen to find them and quote-unquote tame them. What you actually have to do is kill them, and then you loot it off of them, but whatever. Anyway, so that's one of them, the one that was in the Frostwolf, or excuse me, the Frostfire Ridges, is one of those ones that got away. I do like the design of this ship quite a lot, even though it has no sails. It's okay, it actually has a steam engine. Seriously, check it out. Oh, ship's leaving. Ship's leaving. To Northrend! Technically for the first time. I mean, we haven't been here yet on this character, so... Oh, does it, Permeus? I didn't know that. So this is the view the Alliance gets when they first come into Northrend. Pushing past the ice. You actually probably remember this ravine, because there's that bridge up there. That awesome, awesome Vrykul bridge. And, the Vrykul really wanted to ensure that the Alliance feared them. Also, the fact that this ship can navigate through here is insane. It probably shouldn't be able to, but whatever. So the Vrykul set that up right there. And there, of course, is Utgarde Keep, where we literally just left. It's as a symbol, Deutsch. To make sure that any Alliance who come through here know there's no hope they could ever possibly have against the Vrykul. Remember, these are a people who go out of their way to subjugate other creatures, strong, powerful beasts and whatnot, just to prove that they exist for no reason other than to be subjugated. Oh, no problems in One Sugar. I wanted to enjoy this moment, too. We're not even done yet. First, we gotta go through this cave. Seriously, I just have to say this boat is a little bit suspiciously navigable. It's very narrow, actually, so that's part of its maneuverability. Much more narrow than usual Alliance destroyers. But still, these people are playing with fire going through these waters right now. So this is Daggercap Bay, which we didn't really do that much with on the Horde. If you look up, there's that little settlement we had a few quests with. That's pretty much it, though. All of our stuff was elsewhere from here. And of course, the Alliance encampment, which is right there, is literally in the shadow of Utgarde Keep. Nice touch there. Kind of a constant reminder sort of a situation. By the way, the name of this ship is the North Spear. I only mention that because every major ship in the game is actually named, which I think is cool that they bothered to name the ships. So welcome to Valgarde.
Talk to me.
Four Dragons got another thing coming if he thinks this group of Green Guild scrubs is he sent to defend this port can hold out much longer. You, however, you might fare a little better. The importance of holding this port cannot be stated enough, and with those monsters flying overhead, the situation around here has just gone from bad to worse. Report to Vice Admiral Keller. Let him know you're all out of bubblegum.
Be good.
Well, guys, we're all out of bubblegum. By the way, the Alliance would probably be doing a lot better here if the Forsaken hadn't wiped out an entire fleet of Alliance ships and the troops on it. Actually, I want to go pick up this quest first.
King's honor, friend.
The dwarf speaks the truth. We can't afford to lose this port. It's one of only 2 safe harbors the Alliance has on this chunk of frozen hell. The other one being a few hundred miles west of here, on the coast of the Borean tundra. I like your hat, by the way. If Valgarde falls, our primary supply line into Northrend will cease to exist. From there, it'll only be a matter of time before we are all servants of the Lich King, living or dead. Now, I don't know about you, but I got a wife and 3 kids back in Elwyn, and I'll be damned if I go down without a fight. The situation here is critical. We can use all the manpower you're able to muster. Get to the front gate and help the guards defend the city against those invading monsters.
Light bless you.
Also, I just realized, yeah, the Skittles suit is actually winning right now. I just kind of realized that. So we're going to have to go and put together the Skittles suit. Now, I've got a few additional pieces that I think will make the Skittles suit look even worse on our Wargan here. That. No, that one was the correct one. And then that thing, and that. And that thing. Why don't we go with those instead? Do I have the other? Yes, I do. Perfect! There we go. Check out our Skittles suit on our Wargan. Let me make sure I get all this. So we've got those shoulders, those boots, that cloak, those leggings, that helmet. Kind of wish we had better leg options, honestly. Maybe I'll find one out here which will look even worse. There we go. There's the Skittles suit. But we'll do that in a second. Let's pick up a few quests first.
What brings you here?
Right.
Farewell.
We'll do that later. It was his brother, Jimmy Hylisk. Oh yeah, remind me to go Unholy when we get back. I'm sorry, but I'm really sick of being Frost. Or at least remind me to go get a dual spec. That actually might be acceptable as well. Actually, maybe I wouldn't even be good as Unholy right now either. Screw it. It doesn't matter. We'll make it work. So, what you're seeing right here is actually an example of tech they only used somewhat in Northrend, but they did do it to good effect. Basically, you'll notice that rather than having the capacity to, or having a requirement to kill 4 of X mob, 5 of Y mob, and 3 of Z mob, we have a quest to kill 12 mobs. Every mob here has the same undercurrent flag, which means that every mob we kill in this area gives us credit equally. This is probably one of the best things they've ever done quest-wise, because it means you don't have to kill, the cherry-picking as a problem goes away entirely. And it doesn't matter which ones you kill or in which order you kill them, you just defeat enemies within a particular area, and bam, quest progress. Oh, right.
Light be with you.
You have given our defenders an extra support they need, Xylom. Morale's higher than ever now, thanks to you. I think they'll be able to handle the remaining onslaught on their own. I've got bigger plans for you. We've been here for a month when those malformed giants came out of thin air. We were ill-prepared for any sort of attacks and paid dearly for our complacency. An entire archaeology team was lost, and several townsfolk were abducted and taken to the ruins. We've been on the defensive ever since. To make matters worse, the scouts we sent to rescue our people have been harpooned by the Vrykul and left for the dead in the forest directly north. Dislodge those harpoons! Free our scouts!
For the Alliance.
You want me to free our people who have been harpooned? You know what a harpoon is, right? I mean, like that guy right there, I don't think he's getting up anytime soon. And I am wrong. They left us here as a warning to the others. Several still alive. Okay, never mind. Yeah, he's dead. He's dead. This is also kind of screwed up because this is screwed up on two... I mean, this is so Vrykul. This is what I mean by the brutality and viciousness of the Vrykul. They impale living people as a warning, knowing that if that harpoon was removed, they're probably dead the moment that harpoon is removed from massive blood loss. It's like if you have a massive, if you jab a dagger straight into your chest, you're more likely to survive longer, without care, I should say, with the dagger still in there. The moment you pull it out, it's just a giant gaping wound. So they basically ensure these people die, but they want to make sure they live just long enough to carry on the warning of who did this to them, so that, word of the Vrykul could spread. And this is really just disgustingly brutal. Very indicative of the Vrykul mindset in general. Because, yeah. Yeah, and these people are screwed. My injuries are too great. I won't make it. Our citizenry engages rituals. And then he dies. I like how you guys are quoting Monty Python as these guys are freaking... I don't even have words for this. Can you imagine what it would be like to be fighting an enemy who just jabs a harpoon through your chest and leaves you there to die slowly? And then someone else comes along and rips the harpoon out of you, and then you die quickly. Just try to picture what that would feel like for a moment. By the way, all of these people are dying, because of course they are. They scream as you pull out the harpoon, too.
Well met.
What that Vrykul did to our scouts was a gruesome display of savagery. It was a scare tactic meant to weaken our resolve, send us running in fear for our lives. It failed. We are going to show those monsters what it means to wage war against the Alliance. For the Alliance. We'll show them. We'll impale their people on spikes. What do you think? Is the club more of a weird look, or is the red axe? What do you think looks better there? This battle is far from over, Xylom. If our people are still alive in that village, someone has to go and get them. Yeah, you. Head north and enter Wormskull village. Once there, look for our people. If they're imprisoned, you need to find a way to break them out. Maybe we'll have more information on what we're actually fighting.
Be careful.
How are ya?
We were on the brink of an archaeological breakthrough when those monsters attacked. Sadly, I was the only one to make it back to Valgarde. Now, I don't know if my crew is alive or dead, but the artifacts we uncovered on the dig must be found. If you're heading into Wormskull village, keep an eye out for my team. If there's any hope of pursuing that information, we must recover it.
Watch your back.
Each day is a blessing.
While the Explorers League may discern bits and pieces of the past through archaeological findings, and Vice Admiral might extract some knowledge of the present through brute force, the truth lies within the spirits. With the proper reagents, I am able to see into the spirit world. It is there that the past, present, and future of Northrend resides. Hello, Formosan. If you wish to learn more about Formosan, I will require my reagent pouch. It was lost in a ship that is now in the bottom of Daggercap Bay, just east of here.
Be kind to those less fortunate.
What can I do for you?
2 weeks ago, our chief engineer got his hands on a Vrykul harpoon gun, the same type of gun the Vrykul used to take down our ships. By studying that gun, he put together a comprehensive operations manual. Then he was abducted and taken north to Wormskull village. We eventually did find him, but near death and without the manual. His dying words indicated that the manual was lost in the Utgarde catacombs, located northwest of Wormskull. Get me that manual.
Go with honor, friend.
By the way, I know I've probably undersold this, so I just want to stress what a feat of engineering this is. That the Vrykul would put this amount of time, money, not money, but resources, effort, work, and just logistics into having this giant chains chained to each side of this wall just so they could impale it on this burning vessel, just so they could leave it up as a warning sign to the Alliance to say, don't mess with us, and to try and to destroy their morale. This says volumes about Vrykul culture right here. They did all of this effort, which could have been better used in a dozen different ways, just to demoralize us. Hey, Scout Mist. Also, as you can see, that's not the only ship they've managed to take out of ours. Because there's a couple of others. I saw that comment, Scott Mist, and yeah, I agree. That's a interesting irony. So this is Harold Lagris. As you can see, he's got a air... I forget what that's called. An air hose thing? I forget what that's called in real life, but it's a thing.
Good day to you.
Hey, what's up? What are you doing down here? Me? Oh, well, you see, I'm trying to clean this place up. Orders from Kellert himself. He says to me, Harry, I want you to put on a diving bell and search the shipwrecks at Dabracat Bay for our stuff. Say, maybe you could lend a hand while you're down here. Throughout the bay are all kinds of goodies. I mean supplies. Go out and bring me back whatever you find. Use the diving helm so you don't run out of air and die.
See you later.
Oh, gee, thanks. The concern is touching. Yeah, diving bell, by the way. So yeah, we are now... we'll be seeing this a little bit too, but as I mentioned before, the Alliance aren't the saints of wonderful goodness any more than the Horde are. And consequently, the Alliance are not all evil any more than the Horde are. One of the things we see a lot of in Wrath is that both sides have their bad eggs. Now, of course, that obviously is a long-term perspective. Right now, the difference between the Forsaken foolishly massacring an entire fleet of people who aren't even their enemy versus an Alliance person scavenging their own ships in order to steal them and sell them for their own money. It's not really quite a comparison, is it? But we'll see more of it as we go through. Some people do believe that the Alliance overall was made to be the good guys of this expansion. Not sure I agree with that. Now, that being said, Garrosh. Ugh. Garrosh. Oh my god. Are there good guys in WoW? Anduin is a good guy. Yep, one good guy. No, I kid. I'm sure there's others. Maybe, somewhere. Where'd he go? Oh, there he is. I'm surprised everyone didn't send a fleet to Northrend. I mean, for God's sakes.
How are you?
Do you cover those with supplies? Wow, you are super efficient. Yep. Well, just give me those crates. I'll need to document them, take inventory. Some other stuff you have been trained to deal with or understand. Don't worry. I'll make sure to let Keller know what a great job you've done up here. Yep. Yeah, you can leave now. You, skedaddle.
See you around.
Oh, hey. This is going to be a great ding picture. Hang on. I got to get it just right here. Ding. And there's the actual diving bell itself, which, as you can see, is actually an arcane diving bell. Nice touch, huh? Anyways. Okay. Now let's go do these other thingies while we're here. For the Alliance. Clearly the good guys. Never has there ever been an evil Alliance character, ever. We are truly the greatest of all people. Be free! That is true, Hylisk. That is very true. Hey, we found the archaeologist. Well, looking over the corpse, you see a journal clenched tightly in his death grip. Upon examining the journal, you read what appears to be a scribbling of a dying dwarf. To whomever may find this journal, these bloodthirsty monsters have taken up residence in the ruins of Wormskull. What they want, why they're there, is a mystery. In any case, these artifacts are not safe with these beastmen around. Zed and I made a new discovery while hiding out. A cipher to decode the tablets. Unfortunately, Zed and I were separated last night. He had the cipher. Tablets were with Glorrenfeld and Dagard. Location unknown. Find Zed. I can find Zed. No problem. Okay, fair enough, Nicholas. Don't you, Schmeidels?
How are you?
Yeah, I did, Zuan. I've got it right here. Zed's probably dead. You are referring to the quest that's underground, which I haven't even gotten to yet. There we go. No, let's be honest, Deutsch. Zed's probably dead. We just need to accept it. Move on with our lives. Someday we may look back and kill him again. Wait. No, that's what I mean. Scrum! By the way, another interesting point of note. Historically speaking, timeline-wise. So, the Lich King has been active up here in Northrend for about 19 years, I want to say. Give or take. 19 years, give or take. And in all of that time... Oh, I just got another one, didn't I? Yep, I did. In all of that time, he's never actually gone after the Vrykul, even though they've been here this entire time. And more than he was more than capable of bringing them up and adding them to his armies. He only bothers to do so now, right about at the time when the Alliance and the Horde come up here. Now, we don't have an exact reason for that other than the fact that he wanted them to test the Alliance and the Horde. Which, again, brings me back to my whole point of the motivations of the Lich King. The second Lich King and Arthas both technically having the same motivations, a.k.a. wanting to push the Alliance and the Horde, wanting to push the heroes of the world, so that only the very best, only the ones who are absolutely the strongest, the most skilled, the most powerful, and I'm just going to use the quote here, strongest fighting force in the entire world was able to reach and defeat him. In other words, just to make this clear, the Lich King rose up the Vrykuls, started this whole thing with the Val'kyr, and started this whole cultural thing, and posed as the death god, so that they could prove to be another layer of tests for us. Another obstacle for us to overcome. And that's it, really. I mean, obviously they could still help cull the weak and add them, add the broken into the ranks of the Scourge, but... You found Zed. You're no doctor, but the prognosis for Zed is most assuredly negative. It looks as if they were preparing to feed him to the wargs. Gruesome. There's no sign of the cipher on Zed. Yeah, just a second. There's no sign of the cipher on Zed. After carefully searching the area, you discover some writing in the dirt. Lorerun day inside the catacombs. Have cipher and tablets. Perhaps you should head into the catacombs. Okay, I can do that. Gotta be honest, you can't argue with the Lich King's results, can you? He did forge the greatest fighting force this world has ever seen. To fight him. There's just something really funny about that to me. Yay, GG's. See you around, Zawon. Farewell, friend. Tomorrow, hopefully, we won't have like 4 freaking hours of server maintenance, yeah? What's with all the Val'kyr flapping around? Hey, you. About bloody time! Polroy and Zed are already dead, and Degrin. He shakes his head. Taken by the Dragonflayer chieftain into the depths of these catacombs. I overheard the oversized mongrel mention something about sacrifice to the dread king. The cipher is hidden away in Degrin's grimy beard. What? Dwarves hide things in their beards all the time. They're keeping Degrin locked up in a cage at the large fighting arena nearby. From what I've gathered, the Dragonflayers bring out their prisoners to battle against the most powerful gladiators. They dump the losers in the basement where the Scourge turn them into ghouls. It's horrifying. First things first. The tablets are strewn about this dungeon. Let's try to get those recovered before you go off and be a hero. Oh, I can't advise, Juju's. Especially since I've already purchased a few mounts in the in-game store. I will say this, the first mount I ever bought was, this one. I will say this, though, it doesn't look quite as cool while you're riding it. Unlike this one, which is freaking awesome while you're riding it. But anyways, just get what you want, man. Can I rescue these people? No? This is another way that the Scourge and the Vrykul are, and I hate myself for saying this, but it's true, kind of a match for each other. The Vrykul look upon being undead as kind of a sign of shame, right? I already mentioned that earlier when we were fighting Yngvar. Now, oops. The other thing there, though, is the Vrykul have this big thing about ritualistic combat. They fight each other, they fight the nearby animals, they fight the nearby races, they fight and 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 they fight. And that's pretty much what all of their culture is built around. They really, really want to ensure that at all points in times, they are the strongest race. They are the superior race. I often feel like, and I know this sounds kind of weird, like the Vrykul as a culture have low self-esteem. After all, remember, this is a people who are completely abandoned by the Titans. So, you know, they kind of have to... I mean, literally, their culture is constantly constantly proving how worthy they are, how powerful they are, how incredible they are, how strong they are. You know, it's almost every aspect of their culture revolves around that particular concept in one form or another. And the exceptions are exactly that, exceptions. Hell, only in one little thing... yeah, no kidding, Brigman. Only one little thing even indicates the fact that they have any concept of caring or concern whatsoever. We'll be seeing that on camera, though. Yes, I know I didn't pick up the quest. I'm not done with the other one yet. I guess I'll pick it up right now. WoW was a video game. I have no idea how to summarize it. My goal? My goal is to have fun. Lore is what I enjoy in video games and books and movie and whatnot. So lore is what I care about, and lore is what I tend to pay attention to. All of this is just me re-going over the lore for my viewers. I already know all most of this stuff. I've learned a couple of new things since we started the stream, but only like one or two. So this is a member of the Argent Crusade. Just to emphasize that the Crusade was here to assist the Alliance expedition into Northrend, because of course they were. I mean, why wouldn't Tyrion bother to try and support that? As we'll see later, the Crusade actually has a lot of difficulty remaining neutral. They try very hard, but they have to constantly push back the Horde and the Alliance, being like, no, we're here for the Lich King. Okay. Eris grasps for air as he tries to speak. I am an envoy of the Argent Crusade, charged with a sacred duty. Our forces were decimated in the Plague Lands. By the light of dawn, the artifact was cleansed and made pure once more. So many perished in the wake of its redemption. There's a chance there is still time. The artifact was hurled to the den of the fallen far below us, guarded by the unmerciful dead. Light, protect you. Holy crap, the light is literally protecting us. Interesting. This is the artifact that's under Light's Hope Chapel, the one that actually showed up in the Death Knight starter zone. The one that is one of the only reasons why Ashbringer was able to be redeemed from its corrupted form. And the excuse the Lich King used in order to release both the Death Knights and the other forces in the area from his control. I just noticed I have a timer on this. How important is loot? Loot is a byproduct. Loot is something I need in order to get lore. So it's a tool and nothing more. I'm the kind of guy who would usually pass on loot in raids, even though that would actually cause me issues, because I would get to the point where I was so far behind on gear, I was costing the raid progression. So it got to the point where I kind of had an in-between of, I'll take some loot, rather than, you know, all the loot. Damn it, Hylisk, I don't agree. I'm sorry, you'll never get me, ever get me to think in that direction. Moving on. You've done well, mate. Now that we've secured the tablets, we can try and save Daegrin's life and recover the cipher. Help us decode the meetings behind those ancient relics. I'll hold on to the tablets. You rescue Daegrin. I will never say hi, Deutsch. You might have already seen the room where Daegrin's being held as you are gathering the tablets. It's through this corridor and then down the set of steps. Daegrin will be in the room at the bottom, locked up tight. Get down there and find him. At the very least, you might be able to find the cipher from him. Is that it? Yeah, that's what it is. Well, let's go find this sucker, shall we? Now, here's an interesting question for you. How many of you think, well, I should say, what do you guys think would be the byproduct of an undead trying to wield fell energies? Now, if you notice, there's basically no undead warlocks. Not really. There's a lot of undead who use void. There's a lot of undead who use arcane magic and whatnot. A few who use elemental magic. I can't think of any undead who use ancestral magic off the top of my head. God, what the hell? They literally just... This is... This is so Vrykul. They just let out a bunch of prisoners to fight named powerful warlords of the Vrykul, with the expectation that if they were, really strong warriors, even though they have no weapons and no gear and are sick and cold and tired, they should be able to stand against their elite warriors. Otherwise, they're just not worth their time. That's such a Vrykul way of thinking. I don't think it's intentional, no. Okay. Also, as an aside, Ashbringer looks much cooler in Diablo 3. But yeah, personally, I don't think the undead can wield fel magic unless they have a specific gap to do so. In other words, because they need to have life energy to burn, and the undead have a different type of life, it's possible for an undead to wield fel magic. All they need is something to burn for it. Now, as we've established, some undead are alive in the ways that matter. For example, any Type 3B undead can be warlocks. We actually see Forsaken warlocks. That is a playable class. And that is a thing in lore, because they have a soul that they can burn in order to cast their magic. But I'm talking about the undead like the forms of the Scourge, who are almost universally Type 3A, aka no soul attached. So those would have to have some kind of other mechanism, like someone else's souls, or maybe some kind of like fel power gems or fel crystals or something like that. But if they actually had that kind of power nearby, it is still possible they would be able to use that in order to cast fel magic. But that's probably why exactly why they don't. That's probably exactly why they don't use fel magic predominantly. There's actually very, very few Scourge warlocks. In fact, I can only think of like one off the top of my head. Now that's why they can use void magic pretty much at will. So that's probably why they like to use that so much. But anyways, yep, you found me. Whoop-de-doo. Nope. I don't have the cipher. Me beard was the first thing those beasts checked. Olaf's the one who's got it now. He's the chief of those gladiators. Olaf will come out if you defeat every other gladiator. It's about the only way we're getting that cipher back. Put on your wampum boots and get busy in the Ring of Judgment. If you do manage to get the cipher back, return to Glorenfeld. Me? Oh, don't worry about me. We're on the brink of discovering the missing link of humankind. Seriously, Permeus? Dude. Grats. That's awesome. I hate you, because I don't even have that mount yet. In response to Deutsch, there are technically 4 types of undead. Type 1, Type 2, Type 3A, and Type 3B. Type 1 is not actually undead in any strict sense of the word. It's more like reanimated golems made of body parts. There's no soul attached, there's no form of life, there's no form of undeath, right? That is predominantly what existed in the setting up until the advent of the first Lich King. Then there is Type 2 undead, which also technically isn't dead. It would be more accurate to call Type 2 undead dead, as opposed to undead. Spirits, ghosts, essences, the types of people, like when an area is desecrated and the spirits come up and they're like, that kind of thing. Those are natural undead, aka Type 2 dead, or Type 2 undead. Then there's Type 3 undead. Those are the artificially created undead who have the ability to think and reason and have memories and all that kind of fun stuff. Those types either have their soul attached, that's Type 3B, or do not have their soul attached. That's type 3A. And holy crap, I think I just went the wrong way. What? I spent a lot of time getting invincible. Ironically, nowhere near as much time as I did anything else. Don't worry, I got this. I got this. Excuse me. All of these are the prisoners. All of the prisoners that they've been bringing down here to butcher in that arena. This is what their fate is. To be those decomposing ghouls. Isn't that great? This is the fate of all of those prisoners from Valgarde. Yeah, type 3A is basically what we would actually think of as actual undead. Type 3B is usually the playable stuff. For example, I'm literally playing a type 3B undead right now. I lunge into the flames, okay? Because, holy crap. The flames will be more merciful. Unless I was a Nethrezim. Then I would go join Sylvanas. Fascinating tale. Something's actually judging these things? To what end? For what purpose? Well, never mind that nonsense. Someone else can figure out that stuff. We've got the ciphers and the tablets. The only two fatalities. Only two fatalities in the whole ordeal. It's a shame we lost two of our best dwarves uncovering these relics. They sacrificed their lives to keep this information safe. Many dwarves died. Oh, sorry. Take these back to Valgarde. McSorf will know what to do with them. As for me, I'll be alright on my own. I've gotten this far in one piece. Yeah, he'll be great. Wait, what? As I say, the Warcraft 3 lore run was basically the first lore run I ever did. Why did this fail? Oh, wait, no? Why did that fail? Okay. Interesting. I actually don't have almost any of the rare drop Pandaria mounts. In fact, I think I literally don't have any of them. Kefka is amazing, isn't he, game? Yeah, I'm live. Could you believe that, Vermius? I know it's hard to believe. You have to bear with me here on this one. Alright, so forgive my ignorance, but what does ERP mean? Other than just ERP. Which just sounds like someone who's like, oh, ERP, you know. By the way, fun fact, given such a brutal, violent culture that the Vrykul have, oh, that's terrible! Oh my god! Why would you tell me that? Anyways, given the brutal, violent nature that the Vrykul have, it actually is very logical to me that they would revere, well, the Lich King in general, but also that they would think dying is a good thing. To be brought up as a form of, you know, new form of life in death. And if just as a reminder, there were humans back prior to Warcraft 3 who were excited about the idea of dying. They felt like obtaining a new life through death was a good thing. And as I've described before, it's very logical why. I mean, hell, I have a hard time not having that perspective in real freaking life. Obviously, assuming, you know, that if that thing was actually possible, which it isn't. But if there was a real scourge which had offered me undeath as a way to escape the terribleness of real life, I'd be very, very tempted to take them up on that offer. Now I have the Vrykul, who are brutal, vicious, savage killers who have an entire culture built entirely around killing, and again, the viciousness and brutality they are well known for. So, yeah. You know, that's true. That is true. Rick Berman helped us to have Star Trek, modern Star Trek. And then he killed modern Star Trek. So I guess that kind of evens itself out in the end, doesn't it? I should have been a rogue. I could be sprinting everywhere. You feel compelled to place the sacred blade next to the body of Eris. Upon doing this, you are once again blinded by light. It's a good song, by the way. Glory to the light. You've done it! Take the artifact and return to Valgarde. Lord Ymiron Trueblade awaits its return. Fight with honor, friend. Fight with... And then he dies. Yes and no, G-Juice. Mostly no, to be honest. So why did you make a character on a role-playing server if you didn't want to roleplay? I mean, I'm not judging. If you don't want to roleplay, that's fine. I roleplay on a non-roleplay server. I just do it up here. Write my stories quietly. Also, if they ever made a Star Trek game with Mass Effect 2's engine specifically, or Mass Effect 1, I'd be okay with that as well. Yeah, that'd be great. I'd be all over that. I would probably buy that. Probably, maybe, possibly. STO is an amazing game I still play to this day.
Need help?
So I hope that answers your question. Interesting. According to this manual, the Vrykul have a special tool that allows them to control the harpoon guns with deadly accuracy. It looks a bit like the wheels of one of our ships. Furthermore, it's portable and seems to plug into the guns like a key. We need to get our hands on one of those. Don't worry, Xylom. This is all going to lead to something big. Huge! You're just going to have to trust me and do as I ask of you. We need to get the mechanism mentioned for the next plan on the step of the plan. I have a strong suspicion you'll find one of those on the Vrykul that operate the harpoon guns. You'll find them on the west side.
For the Alliance.
Okay, I can go check that out.
Greetings.
Not really, War Wager. Scale is not the only measure by which threat can be determined. Those soldiers you rescued had a good bit of information for us. These monsters apparently call themselves Vrykul. The tribe that's taken up residence in Wormskull Village is led by a mystic named Giannis, who himself is an underling of some Vrykul called Ingvar the Plunderer. While we were able to gather very little information as to the whereabouts of Ingvar, he's right up there, We do know that Yanis resides in a cave next to a warg pit. Intelligence gathered from the rescued soldiers indicates that Yanis guards Dragonflayer plans. I need you to go to Wormskull Village and recover those plans. Kill any Vrykul who get in your way.
Light bless you.
Arcanon Porus.
Have you found the reagent pouch? A bit worse for rare, but still functional. He reaches into his pouch and removes some odd-looking roots. Now place them into the fire and inhale. He inhales deeply and his body begins to go there. What? I cannot.
Be well.
Why is there a turkey here? What? Dude, you're talking to the air, man. What are you doing? Yeah, I'll get back to him. We'll see what he's been up to in a moment.
Need help?
This is Lord Ymiron Trueblade, a member of the Argent Crusade. Many men and women died to recover this blade. Alas, I fear valiant Ares will not be the last. But you do the light's work, Death Knight. This sacred blade will be wielded by Lord Tyrion Fordring himself. Even now, the Argent Crusade works towards Icecrown. Lord Fordring has vowed he will tear down the walls of that cursed place himself, and with this blade, he just might stand a chance against the Lich King. Lord Fordring is our only hope.
Go with honor, friend.
That will be enough, Irulan. Holy crap, it's Fordring! Lord Fordring, you must reveal yourself! The boy's death, and in fact the deaths of all the knights involved in the redemption of this blade, could have been avoided. Their passing weighs heavily on my soul. The path of freedom has always been beset by tragedy, sire. We could not risk losing you. The Crusade could not have survived such a blow. It should have been me that carried the blade to Northrend. The burden was mine to bear. But you are right, Irulan. The price of our freedom will undoubtedly cost thousands more their lives. Do you hear me, Arthas? The Argent Crusade comes for you! Your kingdom shall crumble beneath the weight of justice by the light! Also, that was the blade we just recovered. The freaking Ashbringer. Just feel like mentioning that there. They tried to secret the Ashbringer up north because they knew that the Cult of the Damned had a lot of people infiltrating a lot of different organizations, and they were right. So it was the only way they could get it up here safely, and even then they failed.
Great to meet you.
You're back! Sorting these tablets out's gonna take some time. All I can gather from a precursory study is that whatever used to be here was an ancestor of the humans. Those Vrykul things probably killed him off. Anywho, we'll know more once we get these things set up. It's all a bunch of cryptic nonsense. Even with this cipher, I can't make heads or tails of it. Admittedly, cryptography is not one of my strong points. You'll need to take the cipher and tablets to our cryptographer. Unfortunately, I haven't heard from him in weeks. He took a team of 20 scientists to the dig sites to the southeastern bluffs. Hasn't been heard back from since.
See you soon.
We'll go try that out in just a moment. Let's see what this guy has to say.
The Naru have not forgotten us.
The spirit world has fallen into the sway of the Lich King. Fearsome creatures made of pure nightmare now stand over the realm of the elements. I sense that these Val'kyr guard a terrible secret. I am too old and weak to survive another journey. You must go in my place, Xylom. Take the incense burner to Wormskull Village and use it to enter the spirit world. Find the large dwelling in the northwest. Avoid the Val'kyr at any cost, lest they make you a permanent fixture in their world.
Remember the lessons of the past.
Yeah, I don't want to join the spirit realm. I'm a Death Knight! Wait. Funnily enough, my Death Knight has been into the spirit realm at least once now. Ignoring the stuff in Outland. Alright. Hey look, it's the Herald of Ingvar. Goodbye, Herald of Ingvar. Really, Deutsch? Really? Apparently I just cannot get away from anime, no matter what I do. And Mass Effect, since everyone in chat is just talking about Mass Effect, so I just kind of stopped paying attention. Thank you, game. I'm glad you liked the Think Tank. I think it was Think Tank that went today. Episode. Why did that close out Lurker's message? Weird. Whatever. I look across this base and all I see is fear. You gonna be scared when the Lich King's armies are still sitting pretty in Stormwind and Ironforge? No, you're not. And you know why? 'Cause you'll be dead. That's why. So when you're feeling that tingling sensation at the back of your spine and you're about ready to wet your pants, embrace it. Let it enrage you. That fear is the only thing that's gonna keep you breathing. Am I clear? Do you understand what I'm saying? I don't want to send any more coffins or letters home.
King's honor, friend.
Hey, Perry. I'm sorry. If it makes you feel any better, it's been sweeping like half the country here right about now. I was not unique in that. Outstanding. Those overgrown apes will soon know what it means to mess with the Alliance. Did you see those Vrykul buildings on the bluffs to the northeast? The Vrykul call that place Niflvar. It's where most of their harpoon attacks and our frigates originate. Well, guess what? Time for payback. I need you to take this control mechanism and meet up with Lieutenant Icehammer, who's hiding out in a Vrykul building. When you're ready, I'll place you on one of our griffins to zip you right up to him.
Light be with you. Go with honor, friend.
Yeah. Pay close attention, friend. Pay close attention, friend. We're heading into hostile territory with both Vrykul and Horde all over the place. Oh, you will, Deutsch. You will. And it'll suck. I got it from my roommates, too, who got it from work, and so forth and so on. It's kind of like the Scourge, except imagine you never recover from it. Oh, God. Hey, there was an Alliance encampment right here. I could have killed all of these fools in the name of the Forsaken.
What can I do for you?
What's this? Do I look like a babysitter? Oh, you come bearing gifts. I'm not about to put the fate of this mission into the hands of some scrub. You want to prove to me you have what it takes to carry out this mission? You'll need to do what I tell you to. Take this battle standard and head over to the Banheim, directly south of here. Once you're there, find the center of town and drop our flag. Fight off any Vrykul dirtbags that try to take down your beloved flag, and return to me once you've established Alliance dominance.
Be good.
Conquer everything in the name of the Alliance. Now, in the defense of the Alliance, that's better than the Forsaken, I should say, who just like to destroy everything. At least the Alliance are conquering everything. You know, that's an improvement. Right. I need to do it like right over here. No? How about over here? Nope. Okay. Maybe over here. There we go. For the Alliance. That's a weird banner. Hello, tall geese. Also, I like what the Vrykul say. The sacrifices now bring themselves to us? Have you no sense? Oh yeah, by the way, one other aspect of Vrykul culture is sacrifices. I don't mean like animals and stuff. I mean people. They regularly sacrifice each other, rival clans, and other sentient and sapient beings for the sake of whatever. Like, literally, they do it for all kinds of different reasons. Because, they're a pretty screwed up culture. I'm not saying we should wipe out all the Vrykul. I'm just not saying it, you know what I mean? I mean, crikey. Yes, I just said crikey. Crikey! I can't do it properly, of course.
Well met.
Still alive, I see. Clearly you're not trying hard enough. For the Alliance! You're a strong one. Strong enough to crack some skulls at Niflvar. It was a fairly strong showing. Before you go patting yourself on the back, there's work need be done at Niflvar. We've located the Vrykul responsible for the majority of the Harpoon attacks on our frigates. He goes by the name of Yavis. You'll find him in the main Harpoon structure. Track him down. Execute him for crimes against the Alliance.
See you soon.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of sacrifice, by the way. Just to be honest about it, I know that makes me an oddity. I know that I'm not really the kind of person, you know, who I know it's unusual to think that sacrificing another sentient sapient being is kind of disgusting, horrible and wrong. But yeah, just gonna be honest about it. Thanks, the Wraith, I think. Unless you're being sardonic, in which case, what the heck, man? One thing I do like is the difference in mentality here. The Forsaken come here and seek to basically wipe out the Vrykul, eliminate them as a threat, and make sure to preserve their history while they're at it. The Alliance show up, kick some heads, and say they win. I'm not saying one is good or bad or otherwise, it's just interesting the different approaches here.
No.
It'll take them a while to find a new replacement for Yavris. Now's the perfect time to unleash Shorik's plan. While they're scurrying to regain control of Niflvar, you're going to use their own Harpoon guns against them. We must strike while the Vrykul forces are in disarray. Take the Harpoon control mechanism to Niflvar and locate the northernmost Harpoon building on the bluff side of the village. Once there, commandeer one of the Vrykul guns and use it to rain hell upon Rimskull. Destroy the Longhouse, the Dockhouse, the storage facility, any defenders they may send at you. Do this and Daggercap Bay will become a much safer port.
Safe travels.
Also, Batman dies. Spoiler alert. Alright. This is actually, I think, our very first vehicle quest. Check it out. Well, of course I did, Wraith. I figured Gul'dan needed all the help he could get. Oh, don't tell me this quest is bugged. This thing has got some range. Look at that. Yeah, I think it's not bugged. There's another guy over there doing it, so I'm not quite getting credit, even though I should. So this is a vehicle quest. You'll notice the UE is literally different. This is what I mean by vehicle. The concept of a vehicle quest existed in BC, but it was never fully implemented until Wrath. We actually have seen this in the Death Knight starter zone as well. The idea here, again, is being that we have this completely different UE and a completely different HP bar, which is this right here. Completely different abilities. And the ability to do, like, all sorts of other things. They have so much variety of what they can do with vehicles. And they've done a lot of really cool stuff with vehicles, and it's awesome. And, so I'm really, really happy that they introduced the vehicle mechanic to the game. I think that was a hugely awesome deal. Yes, it can, actually, Kay, if you think about it. Damn it. Yeah, I'm going to have to wait for this guy to finish using his thing, aren't I? Yep, I'm going to have to wait for that guy. Whatever, I can wait. Why don't we go discover the truth behind the Lich King, or I mean, the Vrykul. I don't know what I'm doing. We'll discover the truth. That's what we're doing. Let's do it. Yeah, fine, come here. If you really want to die so badly, then just die. There you go. Problem solved. All right, into the spirit realm. Oh god, there's a Val'kyr like right frickin' there. Oh my god, that's not cool. Let's head over here instead. There we go. Into the spirit realm. What might we find here? Wait a minute. Is that?
Shamanism has brought you here. Its scent permeates the air. I was once a shaman.
Shall we prepare it for you, my lord?
No, minion. This one is not ready. Do you feel it, mortal? Death seeps through me, enveloping all that I touch. With just a snap of my finger, your soul will languish in damnation for all eternity.
I would rather you not.
But it is not yet your time to serve the Lich King. Yes, a greater destiny awaits you. Power. You must become more powerful before you are to serve me. Now watch, Val'kyr. Observe as I apply pressure. Can you see that it is not yet ripe? Watch as it pops and falls lifeless to this floor.
And then he kills us. He actually freaking kills us. Because he applied a little pressure. Just in case anybody thought I was kidding about the Lich King is trying to train the greatest fighting force in the world thing. Yeah. He literally killed us because we weren't ready to serve him yet. And he was right. We need to get way better before we're at his level. Shoot.
Well met.
Have you recovered the Dragonflare battle plans? Outstanding. By the look of things, there are many more Vrykul villages in the Fjord. A different tribe of Vrykul is preparing an assault on Westgarde Keep. Hell, for all I know, it may be a little bit too late. We haven't heard from the Westgarde in days. Either way, we must alert the Westgarde. It is our greatest priority. We've got all the information needed to keep Valgarde protected. You take these battle plans to Westgarde Keep. And
be careful.
We'll get to that in a minute, actually. The Lich King's end goal is to wipe out all life. Seriously. Some of Arthas's personality and Nerzul's personality might still be in there. And if that's true, he might also want to rule over an entirely dead realm. In other words, being the sole master of quite literally everything. However, where's the... However... oh, right, I know where I'm going. The general goal is just to wipe out all life. Kill everything. We're going to avoid the Lich King this time. You have to understand that the essence of the Lich King, which is the thing basically driving right now, is not what you'd call rational. It's not logical like you or me. It really has its own interests, and they're not good. What do we have here? So then we too are cursed. He points to the infant. The woman sobs. The gods have forsaken us. We must dispose of it before Ymiron is notified. No, you cannot. I beg of you. This is our child. Then what are we to do, wife? The others cannot find out. Should they learn of this aberration, we will all be executed. I will hide it. I will find it a home. Far, far away from here. So yeah, I've kind of already given this away. But this is the moment when we learn that the Vrykul that humans used to be Vrykul, basically. That we are the mutated offspring, the weak, scrawny offspring of the Vrykul. Those affected most severely by the curse of flesh. There's one other little niggle there, though. And to talk about it, I'm going to talk about spoilers for Legion. Spoiler alert, spoiler alert. So you have until after I turn in this quest. Those of you watching on YouTube, anyone at home, or anyone on the stream is like, no, I don't want the spoilers. This is your big chance to avoid spoilers for Legion. Hang on just a second. There we go. There's our spoiler indicator. We'll put that up for just a second. So first we'll turn in the quest.
Open your heart to the
I do not
light.
understand. The creatures you saw are the ones that look like Val'kyr or Vrykul? All we know now is the Vrykul indicates they only recently appeared in Northrend. Why are we seeing visions that date back 15,000 years? Surely if the Vrykul had previously existed in Northrend, we would have known. You must press on to Nivellvar. To get there, you must go northeast through the thing and yada yada yada.
May your days be long, and your hardships few.
I'm going to do one more quest, then we'll get to the spoilers. One more quest. Well, actually, Vrykul are the degenerate versions of a superior race. Which I know sounds weird, but there you go. First, I have to go over here to discuss something else. You see all these citizens? There's quite a few of them, aren't there? Let him speak! Be silent! There's King Ymiron, by the way. Vrykul, your king implores you to listen. The gods have abandoned us. Even now, in our darkest hour, they mock us. Where are the titans in our time of greatest need? Our women birth aberrations, disfigured rods unable to even stand on their own, weak, useless, ugly. Ymiron has toiled. Long have I sat on my throne and thought hard on our plight. There is only one answer, one reason, for who but the Titans themselves could bestow such a curse. What could have such power? The answer is nothing, for it is the Titans that have cursed us, and definitely not the old gods. On this day, all Vrykul shed their old beliefs. We denounce the old gods, ironically. All Vrykul will pledge their allegiance to Ymiron, and Ymiron will protect our noble race. And now my first decree upon the Vrykul. All malformed infants of Vrykul mother and father are to be destroyed on birth. Our blood must remain pure. Those found in violation of Ymiron's decree will be taken to this place for execution. So, as you can see, there's a couple of details this is skipping over. For example, there was a bit of a political situation amongst the Vrykul at the time. About half the Vrykul insisted they are our children, and therefore we should take care of them. The other half insisted they are abominations, therefore we should kill them. As you can see, Ymiron decided to agree with the they are abominations side of the
Warm wishes
debate.
to you.
Human children born of Vrykul, and Ymiron ordering the deaths of all human-born offspring? As much as I wish to deny what is plainly presented to me, I cannot. There is no missing link to the humans, as the Explorers League proposed. The Vrykul are the missing link. They are the progenitors of the human race.
Safe journey.
So, now is the spoiler time. You ready for this? Big, obvious visual indicator of the spoiler. So, now that we've got our spoiler indicator up, we learn in Legion that a Titan Watcher, whose name is Tyr, T-Y-R, coughs. We learn that Tyr is specifically the one who goes out and gathers all of these children, thousands and thousands of them, and travels with them all the way down to what will eventually be known as the Arathi Highlands. And that's where the humans are raised by him and taken care of by him for and a lot of the things throughout the course of Eastern Kingdoms are named after Tyr in honor of this. Actually, as kind of an anecdote here, Tírsafal Glades, that's the location where Tyr fell, Tyr's Fall. Now you might ask, well, how did Tyr's fall? Well, Tyr was working together with one of the other Titan Watchers of the time, a guy named Arcades, who you may or may not remember. He's an Oldemon. The two of them discovered that Loken was the one who had betrayed all of them to the old gods. They actually discovered this forever ago, by the way, way back in the old time, long ago. So they decided to try and work against Loken, but Loken discovered that they knew of his treachery, so he sent after them an extremely powerful old god beast. This beast ended up actually slaying Tyr in the end in Tyr's Fall. However, it is worth noting that Tyr actually managed to defeat the beast in the process, saving his human children, basically. So without Tyr's intervention, yeah, humanity would have never been a thing. So that's how they were all carried from Northrend and were saved from Ymiron's decree, and why the old gods' plan to wipe out all of humanity didn't actually work. As an aside, this answers a question that has been asked literally for years. For years and years, there's been this whole something evil is under Tírsafal Glades. And the response has always been, well, what the hell is it? Because there's never been an answer for that. If you'll remember, I mentioned when the High Elves came from Kalimdor all the way over to the Eastern Kingdoms in order to settle into what would eventually be Quel'Thalas. They initially wanted to settle in Tírsafal Glades, but there was just something evil there that prevented them from doing it. So the evil thing is actually the old god beast that is still under there that we will be encountering in Legion. I forget its name. It's like Herxux or something like that. But we'll be going ahead and encountering it when we get to Legion. So that's the big spoiler. Tyr actually has a lot to do with a couple other things. We'll get to those spoilers later, though. So we'll go ahead and remove the spoiler indicator since we're done spoiling everything. Right. Let's see if this quest is working yet, shall we? Is this guy no longer... Yeah, he's not here anymore, so... Let's see if we can get this quest to work, yeah? Okay. Hello, Erois. Still not getting quest credit for this one. By the way, the name of this quest is it's called It Goes to 11. Just thought I'd share that. Did I say hi, Erois, already? I don't remember. Ah. Okay. Apparently I'm aiming wrong. Maybe? Fingers crossed? There we go. Yep, I was aiming wrong. Apparently I have to aim for the roofs. Roofs? Well, whatever. Yes, Stukov, the Wowhead mentioned that as well. I did not recall that. Believe it or not, I've actually only been through Northrend on an alliance once ever. Literally, just the one time. So this is my second time I've ever gone through Northrend on the alliance. So I'm kind of looking forward to it. Oh, here they come! The Dragon Riders of Pern! Or wait. Actually, what's funny is if the Vrykul knew what Pern was, the book series, they would probably be really, really insulted to be called Dragon Riders of Pern. Oh, hello. There we go. All right. We got this. Because we're flippin' awesome. Whoops. We gotta go turn into the Dwarf. By the way, I did a little research to see if there's any more lore for the Storm Giants. There isn't. The main lore for the Storm Giants is they're basically extinct now, which I already mentioned.
What's on your mind?
Excellent work, Xylom. You took a good chunk of their Dragon Riders out and really pissed off their leadership. Are you ready to head back to Valgarde and report the good news? If so, I've got a crazy idea. Oh, jeez. Navigating the steep bluff of Howling Fjord can be nerve-wracking. I've come up with a solution to ease that burden by utilizing Vrykul technology and dwarven ingenuity. With just a few adjustments and some fine-tuning, I've created Ice Hammer's Harpoon controller. Of course, it hasn't been tested, but that's what you're here for. Take the controller to the big gun in Niflvar and use it to launch yourself to Valgarde.
Keep your feet on the ground.
Awesome. This is going to be great, guys. Remember, back in the day, we're not actually supposed to have flying like I do at this point in time. So I shouldn't just be able to fly down to Valgarde. So how will I get down there? What incredibly amazing technology shall I use in order to do so? Behold! Dwarven technology! Ah, I'm on a harpoon! Oh, God, why? Why? Yeah, I'm here. Hey, everyone, I'm back. I would have liked it better if it went BAM into the ground. Anyways,
What can I do for you?
You are insane, Xylom! What kind of degenerate would actually launch themselves from a harpoon gun as a method of travel? But I guess you need to be a little crazy to pull off what you did up there. Fantastic work! We've gotten word that the Dragon Flayer leader, Ingvar, is furious. Maybe one day you'll be ready to stomp his face into the dirt in the name of our beloved alliance. Or maybe a blood elf will have already done it for us.
Light bless you.
That's probably the more likely thing to happen. I don't know why, I just feel like that's a thing. And yes, I was surfing on it. Because of course I was. So in case you don't get what he meant about, you know, the difficulty of getting up there, I'm just going to show you what it's like to get up there if I didn't have flying. Just really quick. So there's, so you might ask, are we going to completely repeat each zone on the two sides? And the answer is no. We're going to do each zone primarily, each of the zones that shares quests, you know, each of them that we're doing on both characters. We're going to do like it primarily on one character, and that one character is going to do basically every quest in the zone. All the neutrals and all the faction-specific stuff. Then the second character that goes through will just do the faction-specific stuff and skip the neutral stuff. Then I'm going to swap off. So for example, to make this fundamentally clear, our Blood Elf did all of the Howling Fjord. Our Death Knight is only doing the Alliance stuff on the Howling Fjord. Our Death Knight will do all of the Borean Tundra. Our Blood Elf will only do the Horde stuff in the Borean Tundra. Make sense? Because that way we can keep things a little bit balanced and minimize repetition. Lord knows levels are not the issue here. Since we're already almost level 74 on our second character. You'll notice we're still not even to the bridge yet, by the way. So, yeah. Yeah. This is what I mean by this takes a little bit longer when you're going through here as without a flying mount. How many viewers do I have right now? Just out of curiosity. There we go. 95? Wow. It just feels like nobody's on right now. Chat's just kind of not really doing much at the moment. Notice we just traversed the bridge. So, yeah, enough. Let's go ahead and just start flying again. I like how people are giving different answers, by the way. I'm not sure what to make of that. Wow, that is a lot of Iron Dwarves. What are the Iron Dwarves doing over here? I guess we're about to find out. So this is actually kind of cool. On the Horde side, we helped out the Taunka and the Forsaken. There were no actual... Why does it keep... Why did it do that to Meat Fist? There's no actual Horde encampment here, technically. There's just the Forsaken, who are really something separate. You really should consider this the Forsaken separate from the Horde proper. And then there's the... oh, right, I decided that, didn't I? And then there's the Taunka, and the rest is neutral stuff. I find that funny because on the Alliance, there's actually the Alliance forces out here.
With you.
And then the Explorers League. However, I just realized I'm stupid. I'm so sorry, guys. I completely spaced doing our transmog. We're going to do that really quick here. Sleep, Deutsch. Should be over here. I don't have the Alliance towns as memorized as I do the Horde ones. And the fact that it's flipped... yeah, okay, wrong side. The fact that it's flipped really throws me from time to time. Nope. If you look at our numbers, Skittles is the one that's actually winning right now. Fortunately, we just finished an amazing Skittles suit.
Welcome. Welcome.
I'll look at that in a second, actually. Which one of these looks the dumbest? What do you guys think? Should I go ahead and have the katana? Because it looks very BC. It's a BC weapon. Or the big old beat stick. Admittedly, the beat stick doesn't match at all, so that's kind of in keeping with the tone here. So here you go. Behold the Death Knight Skittles suit. Behold, behold the power of the Death Knight. He is truly amazing looking. The funny thing is this club is actually really small, and I'm wielding it as a two-hander, even though it's barely the size of a one-hander, so... yeah, it's gonna look a little bit wonky. Which is the point, of course. We must be as ugly as possible. We are Alliance, after all, and we all know the Alliance is all about being as ugly as possible. Right? Right? I swear I've heard that before somewhere. Yeah, unfortunately, we have no choice but to go to Lorerun on our alliance, even if we had good RNG. Oh, that's a good idea. Because yeah. I'm sorry, Azura. The Alliance sucks. God, this looks even worse on my human model. Look at this. Look at this. There's just random stuff, and it's just... Oh my god. Oh my god, it's hideous. Why? I don't... my feet, my legs aren't even fully covered. And nor is my stomach. You can see my belly button. But it's not even an actual midriff. It's just there's this one little strip of... Yep. I feel like an FF12 character. This is so weird looking. Anyways. Also, this zone is probably one of the prettiest zones in the entire game. Which is funny because it's really horrifying what's happening here. Well, we're en route. I need to get dinner going. What time is it? Shoot, what's my address? I can't remember my address off the top of my head. You ever have that problem? I do. All the time. I'm like, right. No, I had it written down somewhere. Screw it, let's see if I can remember it. Nope. Oh, I've got it. I can pop on Amazon. That's a good idea. Speaking of which, a little bit ago I finally pulled the plug on a couple of things. Or pulled the plug? That's not the word. Pulled the trigger on a couple of purchases for the show. So for anybody's curious, I have already purchased Twilight Princess HD for the Wii U, Star Fox Zero for the Wii U, And Legend of Zelda, no name given yet for the Wii U. So I am looking forward to those. The Twilight Princess one actually is going to show up next Friday, apparently. No, I am all alone for the night, so I will actually be getting pizza today. Hopefully that answers your question, G-Juice, since I just said March 4th, next Friday. Elite Dangerous? I mean, if someone paid for it or someone donated it, I wouldn't be opposed to going through it as an exploration thing, but I personally have no interest in Elite Dangerous. It's a little bit too sim for me, if you know what I mean. And if you don't, I can try and explain a little bit better. But yeah, it's very, very sim. And that's actually not what I want, personally. They apparently have something called a brookie, which is a cookie with a brownie adding on it. That's very strange. Yeah, also Elite Dangerous is probably not the best streaming game. Lots. If I had like a completely unrelated topic to talk about, maybe. Wow, Hylisk. Alright. Yeah, basically Lurker. Again, I'm not trying to bash Elite Dangerous, nor am I trying to say it's a bad game. It's just not my kind of game, you know what I mean? I prefer a little more arcadey flight sims, like Freelancer actually is a really good example of that. Where's the Dwarven camp? I feel like I'm in the wrong spot. Oh, no, I'm not. I'm just blind. They're right here. God, dwarves make all their camps so tiny. They make these giant, massive cities, and then they make these tiny little camps. Why would you do this, dwarves? Why would you do this? What is wrong with you guys? Anyways.
What's on your mind?
Stenward takes the bundle from you and begins sorting the data. Wow. How many people did you say died to get this information? You'll be happy to know that McSorf and his crew of bumbling imbeciles discovered an ancient recipe for Tundra's crew. Did you not notice the icons of common vegetables and the pictograph of a human mouth chomping down on the veggies? You don't need a damned cipher to break this code. I want to really stress this, by the way, guys. Remember, those, like, that 5-step quest we went through. And, like, oh my god, everyone was rushing down to try and get this one piece of information that was super important and super valuable. And, oh my god, we absolutely need to get this vital information back. Don't worry, our deaths will not be in vain. It was a recipe for soup. That's what they got. What other lore-heavy games am I into? You name it, dude. My gaming library, for lack of a better term, is huge. There's very little I don't get into. Horror games is one of the only type of games I don't get into. As usual, the real work is left up to me and me crew. Thankfully, McSorf's team didn't die for nothing. The cipher they uncovered will help us crack stuff. They found up here. That is, if we can ever get back to it. Damned iron dwarves sprung up like leaks all over the place, and they're now attempting to bury the sites. Can you believe it? Bastards want to bury our finds. Anyway, wait over yonder. Talk to Walt over yonder. He'll get you started.
Watch your back.
You got my attention.
Over half our team is dead and missing. This is our last stand up here on the high bluffs. Those damned not dark iron. Those damned iron dwarves pushed us out of Vivald's ruin and Bailguns. And now I've got a plan to get us inside before they bury up all our goodies. We lose the data forever.
Safe travels.
I've been studying this deactivated construct for days. I think I can get a reasonable facsimile of the golem that would have room inside to fit one passenger. The idea being that it would fool those iron dwarves, allow us to get inside Bailguns. Now, I'm not gonna be able to make anything with a hammer and a poker. I need me tools. Unfortunately, I left those behind at Evald's Ruin when the Iron Dwarves first attacked. Go get me tools.
Off with you.
Oh, I agree. Well, I've even talked about that myself.
Can I help you?
The first and most important factor in falconry is the bond between the falconer and his bird. If you're to earn their trust, you will need to feed their bellies. The Fjord rock falcon, as these birds are known, primarily eat grubs. Throughout the fjord, you will find loose rocks that serve as breeding grounds for grubs. Find a grub, return here, and feed the falcons in the
Be careful.
cage. Excelsior! Gross. I'm not interested in oatmeal. You know what I am interested in, though? Butterscotch. Seriously, I like butterscotch a lot. Alright. Wow. Holy crap. You blew it all into hell. You maniacs. Look at that. In all seriousness, though, the Earthen, who actually built all this stuff, used to have quite an extensive, I guess civilization is the only really word to use for it. Right up until the Loken decided to screw them over. Now, fun fact, I want anybody out there who doesn't know the answer to tell me, why would Loken go out of his way to order the Iron Dwarves here for no other reason? Now, you know, they're not even doing anything like militarily speaking out here. He just wants them to piss off the dwarves, basically, by ensuring that they can't get any of this information in this area. Why would he do that? Also, I look terrible, just so you know.
What's on your mind?
Keep it down, Wargan. How do you know? These iron dwarves are quick on the trigger. But don't let their activities in the dig fool you. Those steel-skinned abominations aren't digging anything up. No, sir. On the contrary, they're burying the site. For whatever whacked-out reason. They don't want anyone finding this place. What kind of dwarf buries ancient relics and dig sites? I'll tell you what kind. The kind you kill with reckless abandon. Get in there and kill them with reckless abandon. I can do that. Yes, this is the Skittles outfit. The nightmarish, horrible Skittles outfit. I'll go ahead and tell you the answer really quick. Loken wants to die. I'm dead serious. While Loken does several things in order to further the plans of his old god minions, or his old god masters, excuse me, namely Yogg-Saron, his primary goal here, his primary directive, is to die. Specifically, to be killed, by the way. Him just dying or suiciding wouldn't actually accomplish what he's after. He has to be killed by an external source. So he's here to piss us off. Yes, I can, G-Juice, a little too easily. I'm a little I have to shave a little more frequently than I'd like. Now, it is entirely possible there is a secondary motivation here. It is possible there's some information that he does not want the dwarves to learn from this particular dig site, but that seems kind of unlikely, honestly. Especially given everything else we learn about Loken in general. I would like to once again reiterate, I would love to play as an Iron Dwarf. I used to wander around with the item that lets you turn into an Iron Dwarf and just use it periodically. I can just picture it. There's, like, I'm a rogue PvP, and these two Alliance are standing there, and they're like, wait a minute, do you hear something? They look around, and they just see this really, really terrible, gaudy outfit of Doom. What is that? Oh my god! Now, this is as good a time as any to talk about something else. It's actually something that is worthy of debate. Basically, the debate is, are there any Iron Dwarves with sentience or sapience? There are intelligent Iron Dwarves. There are Iron Dwarves who have the ability to talk and think and all that fun stuff. But are there any independent Dwarves who aren't basically low-level droids? Is probably a good example of what I'm thinking of them as. That's true, Hylas. We're probably a little deranged at this point. Oh my goodness.
Hi.
Good job. Let's slow down the barrier process a little bit.
See you soon.
Not anymore, really, Gigi's. I used to know Spanish and Russian quite well, but I haven't practiced them in years, and the expected happened. I hope so, Wraith. Wargan and Draenei both haven't really had a lot of time in the spotlight, and I kind of wish they would. It's another reason why I'm actually in favor of them not introducing new races anytime soon, because I would kind of like for the existing races to be used more before they just abstractly, you know, add new races, you know what I mean? Because, yeah. Yeah, whoops. There we go. That's not... Well, as I've mentioned, my only Alliance characters, not counting this one, are Draenei. Counting this one, I now have two races. I have a Draenei and a Wargan. So, anyways, what am I doing? I am feeding grubs. Where's the grubs? Here. Eat up, little guy.
What can I do for you?
Correct. Warlords is the first and only expansion that does not add a class or a race. Now, they did do the complete skeleton and texture overhaul of all the races, and in the interest of fairness, that was not a small thing that they did. That was a lot of work, and they did a pretty good job of it. But there was no new class and no new race, and I know a lot of people are like, "Wah!" as a result of that. Ah, yes, I can see the bonds of companionship forming. She's accepted you as her master, because you gave her food. I was leading a caravan here from Valgarde that was attacked by dragon flayers. I was the only survivor of the ambush. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it back here with the cargo of Fjord turkeys. This is the perfect opportunity for you to get your feet wet with a rock falcon. Take this falcon cage and head west down the road. Use the falcon to capture loose turkeys, and return here when you've gathered enough. And remember to feed the falcon.
For the Alliance.
Yes, Third. It was really quite disturbing to watch, because I've seen it actually happen live, and it was just, what? Oh, God, that's horrible. Actually, ironically, Wraith, that's not quite untrue. It is entirely reasonable to consider that with what they're doing with all the specializations and trying very, very hard to differentiate their specializations from each other, that each spec is basically a new class, or at the very least a distinct class in Legion. And from what I've been reading, that does appear to be true so far. Really wish I could get that alpha invite, but whatever. Anyways, do I prefer Western or Japanese style storytelling? Neither! I prefer Imperial storytelling! Where the falcon captures the turkey and eats it alive. Nom, 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 blood everywhere. I don't have a preference between the two, really. I enjoy a Final Fantasy just as much as I enjoy a, a Dragon Age. Really, dude? Really? No, G-Juice. I know you're actually a vampire. I'm not inviting you in. This is another example of them kind of stretching the mechanics of the game a little bit. Not a big deal. Just stuff that you wouldn't see before. This is the kind of quest that didn't exist in BC, because it literally couldn't. I also like the severe range you can do this at. Check this out. No. No way. It's still coming back here. There we go. I do not play on any role-playing servers, no. I have long since forsaken the role-playing servers, ever since earlier MMOs taught me that they're not actually role-playing servers. At least most of the ones I've encountered. They're different and not interesting for me. It's top 3 FFs. Yes, in that order, Berry Berry.
What can I do for you?
Oh, hang on.
Watch your back.
Let's go talk to this guy.
Greetings.
Your falcon must be constantly fed, or else it will eat the prey you're sending it to kill. Ah, clever fiends. Patient, too. We need to stop underestimating our enemy. Those Vrykul are deadly hunters. Regardless, mission accomplished. Perhaps it's time for you to hunt something a little more elusive than a fat turkey, huh? Do you feel the closeness, Xylom? Surely you feel a bond forming between you and your falcon. You're not a druid, but still. Would you believe me if I told you that when the time is right, you'll be able to see through the eyes of your bird? Aye, the ultimate level of falconry. But first you must hunt more! Yes! Yes! Oh, sorry. Sorry.
See you around.
Oh, dear God. I have to get 10 grubs for the next step. Let's go ahead and move over here before we do that.
How are ya?
Step 1. Get Walt his tools. Ah, now they've got me tools. The building can begin. Well, as soon as I have some materials.
Off with you.
We can rebuild it, is the first quest we get. Tools? Check. Materials? Negative. If we're gonna build this thing, you're gonna have to get me some materials. First things first, Nether Hunter. For the skeletal structure, I'm gonna need a large barrel. And also some other stuff.
Safe travels.
Next quest, we have the technology. While the infrastructure of a piece of machinery like this is important, we can't underestimate the appearance of it too. If we're to fool the Iron Dwarfs, the clone must be exact. I can make this happen. Bring me a pristine shovel tusk hide. Really?
See you
Shovel tusk?
soon.
So what did he tell you, Third? Mr. Sheriff of Nottingham. I mean, Stormwind. Ham. Okay. I accept your invite for no reason. Damn it. Nothing. I was gonna say, I know where Stormwind City's entrance is. It's not really that far away. I mean, you know. Thanks for the directions to the giant gate that I could only miss if I was quite literally blind. I mean, what do you say in those situations? You don't want to be rude, but it's like, really? It's like some guy trying to tell you how to play a hunter while you're in the middle of raiding Terran Gorfiend in the Black Temple. You know, what do you say to that guy? It's like, yep, thanks. Appreciate the advice. Wouldn't have figured it out without you, buddy. Yep. Out of range? Bull honky. Go, my hawk! Kill the falcon. Or, my falcon is killing the hawk, actually. My bad. I'm not even going to make the Avengers joke you're thinking about making right now. Don't deny it. It's running through your head as we speak. Why are you attacking me? Why are you attacking me? Dude, I just killed your friend that may or may not have been your mate. You're not intelligent enough to care. Anyways. Fine, die then! Die, die, die in the name of the Lich King. So anyways, as I was trying to say though, for me, it's really a hard question when it comes to the Iron Dwarves. We see quite a few Iron Dwarves who are very intelligent and more than capable of speech and function, and they can build and they can construct things, and they have, you know, tactics and knowledge, and it's just like, the thing is, all of them, every single Iron Dwarf that ever exists was an Iron Dwarf that was crafted under Loken's supervision while Loken was under the control of Yogg-Saron. They're literally a race born into slavery. I shouldn't even say born, because they're not born. This isn't like a situation with the Jaffa or anything like that. This is... really? Really? Die, 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 die. This isn't even a Jaffa situation. These are literally constructed beings. No, I'm not saying constructed beings can't be sentient or sapient or have individuality. That's stupid. What I am trying to say is I don't know if they do or not. Like, would they actually have built that into them? Would they actually have added that as part of their initial programming? You know what I mean? Now, I don't have a definitive answer for you. However, there is an answer. It is entirely possible that every single Iron Dwarf is fully sentient, sapient, and an individual person, and just permanently corrupted with the old god's corruption. Now you might be like, Arsh, could you possibly give me an example of what you're talking about, so I could further understand the complexities of the situation? To which I could say, absolutely, black dragons. Remember, every single black dragon that's been born for the last 10,000 years has had old god corruption literally built into it. No black dragon has been born that entire period of time except for one without that corruption. We talked about that back in Outland. Ergo, it is entirely possible the Iron Dwarves are actually built and made and, you know, are, again, sentient, sapient, individual, intelligent, free-willed, etc. beings. They're just corrupted. So that even though they have that ability to think for themselves, it doesn't actually matter because they are permanently enslaved to the will of the old gods, in this case specifically to Yogg-Saron. And honestly, I think that's actually worse than them being basically intelligent automatons. But again, we don't know. That's my take on it. That's my personal headcanon, I guess, for lack of a better term. To quote the lore master, not me, there was an entire species whose hearts were in chains. There we go. Alright. See, that is a valid point, Meadfist. However, we do know for a fact that old god corruption can influence non-organic beings because the old gods were capable of corrupting the Watchers. Whoops, I'm going the wrong way. The old gods were capable of corrupting the Watchers and Loken himself, the Prime Designate. So we know their corruption can extend to non-organic beings. Although there is a very important question there, and I'm kind of hoping that the Warcraft Chronicle book sheds some light on this. And that question is, how? How could they influence them? How could they affect them? I mean, is it literally just flooding them with void energies until they no longer function anymore? Because that's the only thing I could come up with. I mean, literally a magical corruption, in other words, rather than the more biological corruption that the Black Dragonflight had. And it's not like they need to infest you with their own in order to corrupt you. We know that's a thing, too. So, I don't have any concrete answers for you here. I have only speculation to share. What am I... Oh, the barrel. There it is. There it is. Found it. Found it. Die, dogs! Wait. Susie? Did we... Is that you, Susie? Oh my god. I haven't seen you since Renfest. You have lost a lot of weight. Listen. I'm really sorry about having to murder you horribly. I really wanted to grab that barrel. Look, it's okay. I'm sure the Vrykul will give you a proper burial. See you around. It is also unfortunate that we still to this day don't actually know what the supposed connection was going to be between Yogg-Saron and the Lich King. The one that they intended and they never actually put on camera. And, yeah. Oh, for those of you who don't get the joke I just did, those are the Gilneas modeled dogs. So, I'm playing a Wargan. So they... And then we... And she... You get it, you get it. Moving on, moving on. Where the heck is this? I wouldn't have explained that joke, but Braegon was looking at me weird. And she was stabbing me in the back with a knife, and it kind of hurt, actually. And she wasn't stabbing me enough to kill me, which would have been great. Oh, God, that would have been amazing. But unfortunately, it just hurt a lot, so I felt the need to explain. Where the crap is this? Hang on. Yes, I know that, G-Juice. Where is Dark Iron Ingots? Where the hells? Plane. Where's a plane? Where's a plane? Ah, there it is. Hey, you.
Can I help you?
McGoiver, by the way. Walt sent me to pick up some dark iron ingots. So suppose you want to ride back to the outpost.
Off and
Yarp.
away.
To which you could say, yarp. But I'm not going to say that, of course. I'm going to go over here instead. Because I have my own flying. Thanks, buddy. Well, they were all whispering to each other, I'm sure, Norlex. What is Moonguard, by the way? Or do I want to know what Moonguard is? Do I want to know what Moonguard is? That's a better question. I've already found out things today I didn't want to know about. Oh, it's an RP, sir. Okay, gotcha. Is it inside? I hope it's not. We'll assume it is. An ERP server, specifically. That sounds terrible. Let's see. Rope. Apparently it roams. Got it. I'll just have to keep an eye out for it. Oh, there it is right there. Fantastico. Hello, Atma. What's up? Outland is pretty large, yes. Alright, just to retain our... trying to stay in character here, since technically we're not supposed to be riding one of the Frost Drakes of the Citadel. I should finish ordering dinner. I never actually did that. Oops. Let's see here. If you'd send me a book back, please.
Alrighty then.
Yeah. Now I want this mount too, by the way. I mean, I have an engineer. Can't I just build this? I have larger mounts than this, even. For God's sakes. Come on, guys. What? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Hey, Ricky. Apparently I was idle so long, it timed me out. Whoops. No, Ricky, I have decided never to play the Alliance ever again. Ever. Okay, there we go. Only a couple, Ashra. Not too many. Well, Wraith? Nothing, really. Other than the obvious things that will become much more clear once we get to Pandaria, where people who are much more eloquent than I am will explain exactly what is wrong with the Alliance. To put it as simply as I can, the Alliance causes the Horde. Yep. I am ordering a pizza with lots of olives. Wow, this is a really long trip. Yeah, the Blood Elves are a great example of that. The Night Elves caused the Blood Elf problem back in BC, and they caused it again in Pandaria. Twice the Alliance have shoved the Blood Elves into the Horde camp, and screwed them over in the process. See, the real problem with the Alliance is they're actually pretty, they're pretty good characters amongst each other, but they are very, very antagonistic towards everyone else. Now, I know what you're saying. Oh, well, they have no reason to forgive the orcs. And while that's true, they perpetuate the problem. The Alliance goes out of their way to antagonize the races of the Horde. And as a result of that, the races of the Horde have no motivation to turn around and try and be peaceful with the Alliance. And because the races of the Alliance then have these negative interactions with the Horde, they get worse, and it's this back and forth thing. Again, Pandaria will really say this very, very clearly. So again, while I really don't actually have anything against the Alliance overall, what I do have a thing against is the general concept of what they do to try and be against the other thing. By the way, here's G-Juice. Yeah, nobody on either the Alliance... Well, okay, that's not true. None of the major leaders, with the exception of, I think, 2, have actually put on their big boy pants and buried the hatchet. I mean, for God's sakes. Now, what Little Billy says, I absolutely think so. If Anduin was in charge of the humans, and therefore pushing for peace, and if Malfurion was in charge of the Night Elves, and pushing for peace, I think it would be much, much easier for the two factions overall to try and unify a bit more. For God's sakes, we already know, right now, that in Legion, one of the plot threads in Legion is going to be the fact that there are idiots, and I'm saying it that way, on both the Alliance and the Horde who insist on not unifying and not cooperating against the Legion threat and fighting each other instead. I know who two of those factions are right now. Would you guys like me to share with you? Because I can. I have learned a few details. Little details. I'm not going to tell you details. I'm just going to give you a very general information about that. If you want me to. You can tell me no. You could say nope. It's all good. I totally get it.
Something.
Alright, so. I'm hearing 2 yeses. Hi, the Hawks are very territorial and often sent in packs. I suppose I could have told you that before I sent you out. You are most definitely ready for the next step in falconry. Take your trained falcon east of here to the Vrykul roost, near Stonewall Lift. From the roost, you will send your falcon to steal eggs of the Hawks. Their nests will be located in remote areas. You will locate the nest and use your falcon to scavenge. So I need 8 more frickin' grubs. Oh my god. Grubs! I need so many grubs. Alright, tell you what. I am going to tell you guys, but you guys can mute me really quick, okay? Okay? You ready to mute me? Because it's only going to take me like literally 10 seconds to mention it. Alright? This is it. This is your 10 seconds. Ready? It's Greymane and Sylvanas. Greymane and Sylvanas are going to be fighting against each other. Now, from what I understand, Sylvanas is not the perpetrator of that fight, but more than willing to fight back. Greymane actually goes out of his way to go after her for nothing more than revenge, and while I can't blame him for that, he does that at a really inopportune time, and that causes a lot of a mess. There you go. That's all I'm saying. We're done. And honestly, that, like I said, that's really not even a spoiler, because I'm sure anyone in the world could have called that from a mile away. Falcon eggs. Nom, nom, nom. Like I said, not even much of a spoiler, but I'm trying really hard to make sure that my viewers can avoid said spoilers as much as possible. Let's see. So here's something that I would be really horrified to see happen in Legion. Now, for those of you not aware, all of the incredibly amazing types of undead that we have now are technically a Nethrezim invention. The very existence of Type 3 undead is basically something the Nethrezim came up with, right? There we go. Whoop, I did not mean to hit that button. I mentioned that because of the fact that, imagine if the Legion, during Legion, decides to go ahead and employ Type 3 undead against us. Basically, a new scourge. How'd that be for fun? Because they can do it. They have the technology, so to speak. There's one. I agree, Deutsch. Wait. As I say, we have at least 3 regular females that I'm aware of in the chat, and that's all I'm cognizant of. Well, that is a good question, Meadfist, and that actually depends. See, one of the things we've known ever since Warcraft 3 is Type 3 undead are controlled by whoever has the strongest will. The entire reason Sylvanas and her ilk were able to assert control over the local undead was because of the fact that the Lich King's will, the first Lich King's will, was waning. He was weaker. So whoever has the stronger will is the one who exerts control over the undead. What I mean by this is if Bolvar is strong enough to have, has a more powerful will than the Nethrezim involved, then Bolvar could take control of those undead for himself. If he's weaker, then he and all his Scourge, who are still around at this point in time in lore, could be consumed by the Nethrezim and make things much, much worse.
Hey there.
Bravo, bravo. The bond of kinship between you and your falcon is strong. Perhaps you can run some reconnaissance missions against the Vrykul in the not-too-distant future.
See you later.
Yay. Alright, it's time to build it. Better, faster, stronger. I don't want to get hit by a copyright thing, but the song here. Alright, I'll have the construct ready as soon as the infrastructure's complete. Oh, ding, ding, hang on. I got a new ability. What did I just get? Ah, I know what that is. Zoop. Ugly ding!
What can I do for you?
Alright. Excellent. These combined with the skin will make for a flawless clone of the constructs the Iron Dwarves use.
Watch your back.
Alright, Xylom, the time has come for you to climb inside this thing and learn how to use its basic abilities. When you're ready, get on the workbench and I'll get you situated inside. Your first lesson is going to be using the construct's transportation system. You'll notice the Iron Dwarfs have set up special rune carvings around the dig site. These constructs use those runes to power up and fly from point to point. Try it with the thing I put here.
Safe travels.
This is the golem. Behold my perfect creation. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold everything, fellas. Oh, dear lords of stone and steel. What? I repeat, what are you gonna do with that? I'm crying here. Oh, please make the funny stop. If only our pappy were alive to see this. Man, that'll never work. The Iron Dwarves are never gonna fall for that hunk of junk. You're out of your element, Lebronsky. Uncalled for. Those Iron Dwarves won't know what hit them. Now why don't you get back to uncovering the mystery of the gigantic turd on your rug and leave the real scientists to their works. Also, what Permeus pointed out is very important. Bolvar has a very weak willpower. We've already seen that because of Nixia. So, just to make this clear in case you don't get the humor of this situation, this thing right here, see this thing? This is what we're trying to emulate. This is what we actually look like. You might notice a couple of differences in the overall design here. Oh, here's the rune. I suddenly don't feel safe in this thing. Oh god. Oh god. Yeah, no, okay, we're landing. We're landing, it's okay. We did it! No, it's fine. It's fine, Shiryu, it's fine.
Great to meet you.
Alright. The most important part of your job while controlling the construct is the collection of data. I've placed an Iron Dwarf relic in the cart over yonder. It's floating there. Get to the workbench. Once you're back in, try to pick up the construct's data.
See you soon.
Alright. See if we can scan this sucker. Zoom, 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 zoom. This is how you collect data, right? That's how I collect data. My eye beams rip the data out of objects.
Hi.
Perfect. Works like a charm. You can always have a contingency plan, in case your main plan backfires. That's why I've built in little anti-intelligence systems into the construct. Your shiny new ride might rouse some suspicion while you're at Bailguns. That's why your bluff ability is called for. Just use it anytime you're confronted. Oh, you'll be safe from harm.
Off with you.
Interest you on a pint?
Hey, buddy. Model U902778 numbers. Iron Rune Construct does not appreciate your tone of voice. Commencing total annihilation of your rug. What do you think you're doing, man? The Bronski does not appreciate you dragging your loose metal parts over his rug. God, that would be awesome, Nicholas. Wait, did it not? It didn't work.
What's on your mind?
Hang on. It didn't work.
How are you?
There we go. Weird. It just didn't work there for some reason. Whatever.
Great to meet you. Watch
Alright,
your back.
let's do this. Your construct is all ready to go. All abilities have been given a once-over, and I've programmed the machine to both comprehend and speak the language of the Titans. Take the construct to Bailgun's excavation site south of here, and collect data from the lightning-infused relics that litter the site. Remember to bluff any iron dwarves that suspect your construct's a fake. And don't forget about rocket jumping.
Off with you.
The cavern we opened at Bailgun's was one place that most steered clear of. I can't blame 'em. The sound of thunder shot out of that cave, Xylon. Loud, booming thunder. I think near the end it was abandoned by all. Bad things that happened, and I went in and explored. Most never came back. I want you to check that cave while you're at Bailgun's. Explore around the Titan statue and report back your findings.
Safe travels.
Let's do it. Stop. Reporting for duty. I am definitely an iron construct and not anything else. Beep, boop. Alert, construct senses enemies that have breached our defenses. Increase pace. Alright, looks like they bought it. Okay. Let's go ahead and try to play a little Metal Gear Solid here. Zoom. Yeah, also there are machine guns. They're just not very reliable and functional, large scale. As the little one would say, beep, boop, destroy. If you've never heard her say that, you should sometime. It's the most adorable thing in the universe. Yum. Tasty data. Construct 7OR65-330 really enjoys tasty data. He is fully functional, programmed in multiple techniques. Beep, boop. I don't actually know if Malfurion's going to be in the expansion, but I'd really be surprised if he wasn't, considering how many other major characters are in it. At the very least for the new... Oh god! Artifact weapon stuff. Tasty data. Construct is not authorized to communicate with lesser beings. Beings must double their efforts. Stop. Whoa! Alert, construct senses that you are an idiot. Please discontinue investigation of construct immediately. Yeah, these shock absorbers are amazing. I'd probably be dead if not for them. Whoa, God. Whoa, these are very specific rockets. Holy crap, that's some hella rocketry right there. You don't rocket like you used to. Tell you what. Yes, yes, Lurker. It was entirely intentional. Illidan is not evil. Only stupid writers think Illidan is evil. Like, really, dude? Go away. All hail the great creator, Loken, who is great and a creator. Please save Loken! I mean, please save Construct. Okay, the Iron Dwarfs. What was I doing? This thing. There we go. No, he is... Okay, no. Okay. Illidan was a bit of a selfish individual, but otherwise very intelligent and more than willing to help others and take care of others. He's also someone who has personally saved the world 3 freaking times. Construct class carrier reporting for duty. Primary function, overseeing. Stomp. So, oh crap. There we go. So yeah, he's a bit arrogant, and he's, like I said, a little bit selfish. But calling him evil, really? Especially given how much he was willing to sacrifice and give up for the sake of others. Again, more than once. Then, Ilsheimer's happened, and Illidan suddenly turned into this cacklingly evil, mad villain. I have no idea what they're going to do with him in Legion. I would give a great deal for them to basically just completely retcon the BC situation. Give me a BC overhaul that changes the entirety of the story there so that it's actually, you know, coherent, logical, and it fits with the rest of Warcraft. Yeah, that's actually a great way to put it. Illidan's renegade, a renegade shepherd. Absolutely not evil. Still definitely trying to be a good person, and still definitely trying to help everyone. Just willing to do what is necessary in order to do it. Do you bring word from the Creator? Beep, boop, beep. Destroy, destroy. We'll see. From everything I understand, and I would put very high probability on this, Illidan will probably not even show up at launch in Legion. He will probably come in later on. And I think that's actually a bit of a shame. Especially since he's literally the title character for the expansion. Wouldn't be the first time they did that, though. How much of a presence did Grom have in the beginning of Warlords, after all? Kunk. Kunk. Discontinue. All hail the great creator. Beep boop. There we go. Anyways, but yeah, Grom was completely non-relevant in Warlords, especially Warlords at launch. He barely came up after that. So it really wouldn't surprise me if they're like, and then suddenly here's Illidan 3 patches in, and it's like, really, dude? I gotta be honest, I'm really, really hoping that Illidan actually plays a major role in Legion. And not just because I like him as a character, it's because he's a character whose character arc was screwed up by bad and inconsistent writing. And regardless of what the character is, that bothers me. That has always bothered me. And I would love to see that problem rectified, you know? Alright. So, what's this thing he wants me to check out? Let's head down here. Beep boop, as they say. Any giant statues? Oh god, there's a big freaking statue. Who the heck is that? Oh my goodness. Why don't we go check this sucker out? Where is it? I don't remember where the cavern is. Go away. Oh, crap. No! Do not defeat. Do not disassemble. Whisper it to me, Nether, if you don't mind. I've given up on avoiding Legion spoilers entirely at this point. Well, the Demon Hunter starting area isn't really... Go and whisper it to me, because I think I know what you're about to tell me. Now, I will say one thing. It is entirely true that a lot of Illidan's good deeds were done either as a result of the influence from Tyrande, or to impress Tyrande. Now, that definitely doesn't make him as good of a person as other people who would be willing to do that just for its own sake, you know, just to do good. But I would still argue that someone who does good deeds, even for such a motivation, is still someone who is overall a good person. And where the crap hell? The delicate... I'm going to look this one up. Yeah, that's what I thought. I already knew about that one, Nether. Okay. I have directions. I just need to find a blast-off rune. I have a mission. Beep. Boop. Ah! Get on the platform. There we go. Okay, we're okay. We're okay. I just like to say, Wowhead is amazing. Because, I mean, yeah, I mean, holy crap. No. Yeah, no kidding, Deacon. I was genuinely impressed with Thoughtbat, and I am absolutely blown away by Wowhead. They do some good work. It's actually one of the only sites that I bothered to go hit. There it is. Found it. To subscribe to. Oh. Just because I wanted to keep supporting them, basically. No. I'm a good person, I swear. Oh my god. Okay. What the heck is that? Holy moly. Come, minions, your master calls. Wait, did he actually say that? The work of your brothers in the Storm Peaks has reached a frenzied pace. Soon, Father will be freed. Your brothers to the north have subjugated the stone behemoths and sent them on the path to Ulduar. Soon the remaining defenses of the Pantheon will be neutralized. 3 fissures opened by the mortals of this region must be silenced. The earth hears and sees what we do and will continue to interfere with our efforts if the way is not closed. Bury this place. Your master demands it. Bum, 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 bum. Now, that is the other stated reason for why they're trying to shut down all of these dig sites, right? I can't buy that personally. I think that's more of an excuse than any actual reason. It's just a little bit too illogical to spend that level and much effort in doing something that really has just no real extent or benefit for the overall plans of the Old Gods, or Lokin in particular. but it is entirely possible that he is doing it for that reason as well. He could. It's the motives there are not mutually exclusive. He could be trying to provoke people into attacking him, and simultaneously trying to ensure that the minions of Earth, namely the Earth Elementals, Earth Giants, etc., do not interfere with his plans, since, as we do know, he already did work against the Earth minions in the past, the Earth Giants and the Earthen specifically. Oh, and the Vrykul, all of whom were sealed away at his command, so possible. Like I said, possible.
What can I do for you?
And once again, Walt proves he is indeed the top dwarf. What do you think of my construction now, Lebonsky? Thank you, Xylon. This data will undoubtedly prove to be invaluable as soon as I figure out how to get it out of the construct.
See you soon.
Incredible. What could those iron menaces be up to? What are they doing in Storm Peaks, and who's Loken? I'll forward this information to our central base of operations in Dragonblight. I'll let them know you are invaluable in your acquisition of the information.
Watch your back.
Westguard needs to know what's going on here. I want you to personally deliver the news to Captain Adams. Whenever you're ready, let me know. I'll put you in the construct for one final flight. I'll take you to Westguard Keep, but it'll probably blow up in the process. It's been a pleasure.
Safe travels.
Okay, I can do that.
Send
me off, Walt. I want you guys to just picture the music from Neverending Story. Yeah. That is possible, Atma. It is actually entirely possible this is him playing several sides against each other simultaneously. And again, it is possible that he is trying to accomplish multiple objectives with a single movement. That would even be logical, especially given that Loken has already been shown to be fairly intelligent and cunning in his operations in the past, especially the way he took down his brother. Yeah. Oh, hey, look. It's a town of Vrykul, and there's some blood elf running around there right now. Looks like they're trying to explode the Vrykul with an exploding abomination. God. Forsaken are so weird. I'm going to take a very brief break here, guys. Mostly to wash my face, grab a drink, that kind of a thing. I also anticipate my food will be here shortly. And then we will probably, based on our current pace, I think we will actually finish the Howling Fjord today. We've only got 2 quest hubs left, because again, we're just doing the Alliance stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and chop this off here, and I will be back shortly with more lore. Hopefully more lore.